Good morning, good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Ngidawucela siqale umsebenzi, ngidawucela siqale ngekuthandaza. We shall ask Magaziwe to pray for us.
We may pray. Siyabonga uNkulunkulu weflo ingcwele. We thank you, Lord, for this day. We thank you, Lord, for this grace and mercy. Losendela wona Nkosi mihla nemalanga. Siyabonga Nkosi for the beautiful day. Lesesilibonile namuhla sivuke siphilile. We thank you, God, for this event, for making it a success. Namanje Nkosi, every item lego program sibeka kuwe. We dedicate our MCs, every presenter, every speaker, kuwe Nkosi. We pray that we may listen and understand everything that has been spoken today. In the mighty name of Jesus Christ, we invite your Holy Spirit in this room. Ngegama lika Jesu Kristu waseNazaretha. Amen.
Thank you, Magaziwe.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is our profound pleasure to be your program directors for today. Libito lami nginguSiphelisihle wakamaphanga, and alongside me is Sibongile wakamakhanya. She'll be our co-host. Without any further ado, we would like to take this opportunity to extend our utmost honor and recognition of the Minister of Natural Resources and Energy, His Royal Highness, Prince Lonkokela, his Principal Secretary, Lindiwe Mbingo, the Managing Director of Eswatini Electricity Company, Mr. Ernest Mkonda, his Executive Management and the Board of Directors. Would like to also recognize the UNDP Resident President or Coordinator in the House, all distinguished guests and our partners, our media representatives, and most importantly, all our viewers, even those who are joining us in our social media platform. Sitsigini nonke, welcome to our 2026 Earth Hour launch and symposium.
Thank you, Siphelisihle. It is a great honor indeed, ladies and gentlemen, and you are looking so beautiful today. You can also give yourselves a hand of applause. You're looking good. The theme for this function today is building the foundations for climate resilient development, adaptation, mitigation, and energy security for Eswatini's NDC 3.0. This theme reminds us that climate change is no longer a future risk. It is a present reality. From rising energy demand and extreme weather events to growing pressure on our natural resources, Eswatini stands at a defining moment. Ngaloko bekunene sithi sonke, let's align to this theme, and we promise you a very exciting program ahead.
Thank you very much, Sibongile. At this point in time, we would like to call over our first speaker or presenter for the day. She is not just any person, but she's an extraordinary climate change activist. Can you please take this opportunity to warmly welcome Dr. Constance van Zuidam. She has got 20 years or over 20 years experience in the climate change, doing so many great things in the space. And yes, today she will be the person to start and open the floor and brace us with regards to our theme for 2026. Will you please give her a warm round of applause as she comes up forth.
Thank you. Principal Secretary, government officials, UN Eswatini resident representative, EEC management, distinguished representatives of various partners, esteemed businesses, media personnel, Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Are you all good this morning? I'm so happy today it's not raining, otherwise we'll be soaking wet. And yeah, we've got a beautiful day. And on behalf of the Earth Hour Committee, I'd like to just give a brief overview of the Earth Hour and activities that will follow going forward. You are all welcome. This is the great and biggest hour for the Earth that we are going to be commemorating on the 28th of March, 2026. Today marks a very important occasion in Eswatini, where we are gathering in this place, just to show that as a country, we are uniting, not in this symbol of the Earth Hour, which is 1 hour, but we are saying we are taking action and we are committed to ensure that we build foundations for climate resilient development in this country. We are noting that climate change is not something that is in the distant horizon. It is here and it is affecting us in a huge way. It is reshaping the rainfall patterns, it is reshaping the temperatures, testing our infrastructure. We thought as the Eswatini Electricity Company, we've got those big towers. But through these storms that we've been receiving in the past years, we've noted that the infrastructure that we'll have maybe is not one that is resilient, because at times you'll find towers have been blown away by the winds, broken or sometimes affected, and we have to spend lots of money trying to fix that infrastructure. We've noticed that from December until maybe January, or even in February, we've noted that there's been intense rain, which has damaged roads, other infrastructure, and we saw schools, the opening of schools being halted just because there were issues of broken infrastructure. School children were not going to be safe going to school in such weather conditions that were prevailing in the beginning of the year and late last year. So climate change has really shown us its force, and at times you find it's windy, it's hot, there's a lot that is happening, and it's damaging even the systems in this country that are sustaining our communities and even ourselves. So we are learning from all these events that we need to ensure that our development is one that is resilient to climate change. The resiliency is no longer an option. We need to do that. Despite the event, there's still hope. There's opportunities we can get as a country. We can ensure that our leadership is rooted in sustainability. Whatever we do, it's guided by sustainability. And ensure that our communities are empowered. We know that if there's anything that is happening, we get early warning, we respond on time. This is how we respond. It's clear, it's coordinated, not that it's taking us by surprise. And also we need to be accountable. This climate change issue we noted, it can't be EEC's business alone, it can't be a water thing. We all need to put efforts together in order to combat it. Hence, it's necessary that we are all accountable and we all take action. But this can be attained through knowledge. We can't do anything if we don't know. There's data that is out there. Some people are generating data on river flows, on temperatures. We need to ensure that there's systems in place. Those people that require that information are able to get that information on time so that they make decisions that are going to help the country to be resilient to climate change. Also, it is quite important, there's the NDC 3.0. All of us here and other citizens in the country, they need to know what is entailed in that, so that if it's a business, the NDC 3.0 is incorporated in the strategies, and us, we can do it, have it incorporated in our daily lives so that we ensure that we have sustainable lives. And then commemorating the Earth Hour, we switch off electricity for an hour from 8:30 to 9:30. It shouldn't be just like we switching off, it's a symbol, it's darkness, but it's a step of us as a country going forward, if we can have that we are taking responsibility towards resilience, and it's a symbol of hope that we can still do something to ensure that we have a resilient infrastructure, or we do development in a resilient way, or we live our lives in a sustainable manner so that we are not affected, and even the future generations. So we believe that today we shall commit to the vision of ensuring there is resilience through knowledge. We're doing this as a promise to fulfill something for the citizens in this country and even the future generations. So I believe that as a community here, and those that are joining online, we are the only beacon of Eswatini's hope to ensure that we are sustainable, and that we also fight against climate change as a community. Coming to this biggest hour for the earth, it's really the biggest, and you who is in this house today can make an impact. You can do it now beyond the hour, and as we move towards the Earth Hour commemoration in the end of March, on the 28th of March. We've commemorated the Earth Hour as Eswatini since 2011, and we've been saving energy during the hour. Last year alone, we saved 26 megawatts, which is really applaudable, and we believe that this year we want to at least save 25 megawatts, and I believe that all of us here can be able to save that. Are you committing that in that period you'll also ensure that within the hour you switch off? If you will be doing that, can I just see by raise of hand? Just to see people who are committing today that we really want to do something. Oh, some of you don't want. Oh, please, thank you. Some of you are not sure. Thank you so much. It's quite encouraging. I'll be checking in your houses to see if you've switched off during the hour. We monitor. So yes, Earth Hour, it originated in Sydney, Australia a long time ago, and Eswatini, we've done that commemoration for 10 years, for over 12 years now. And we're just raising awareness on climate change and other environmental issues. We want to foster collaboration through resources and ideas in achieving these initiatives. I mentioned that EEC cannot achieve it alone. It's not something that is affecting one sector. It's affecting all the sectors in this country. So it inspires action at individual level and at organizational level and even at community level. So if all of us can do a part, then we'll achieve the Earth Hour goal. And we showcase what we are doing and what we have achieved as a country to environmental protection. And we drive long-standing partnerships. So if you want to be a participant in this Earth Hour initiatives, you've seen what are the objectives. We will be having activities including, we're launching today, and we shall be having green walks, and in the green walks we have cleanups, we raise awareness during the walks, and that's happening from the 13th of February. So before Valentine's would have started, Valentine's will be telling the earth that we love it so much. We'll be doing the green walks, and we'll be raising awareness in schools from the 16th of February, and we are encouraged to come and join. It's better we instill this sustainability lifestyle in the children from an early stage, so that when they grow up, they are already knowing what to do. At our commemoration, which is going to happen on the 28th of March, will be at Malendelas, and we are expecting 3,500 people, but more people are going to be participating, including people who are not part of this meeting today, in the switch-off, which shall happen from 8:30 to 9:30. And of course, after the Earth Hour, there's activities that will take place, and we believe that you shall participate in those as well. We had a launch last year, and this one which we're having today, and today the MCs, the program directors will let us know as to what's going to happen in this theme of building foundations for a climate resilient Eswatini. Those are some of the activities that take place. During the walks, we have Bokoko and Slwane. At times we have a sit down where we get to be made aware of energy efficient saving tips, and even on climate change itself. And we also ensure that we keep our environment clean, as you can see. So the green walks, we've got a schedule for that, will be in the different regions of the country, will be in the Lubombo, it's Stegi, Pigs Peak, Matapa, on the dates that have been given. We'll be sharing on that as well. And then we will commemorate the big hour on the 28th of March at House on Fire in Malkens. This event will start at 2 p.m. and you shall have the sustainable experience at around 17 hours. We are aiming to save 25 megawatts. We can do more as a country, and more people are going to be involved. What you need to understand is that when we save 25 megawatts, it will mean that we have avoided emissions of 27 tons of carbon dioxide equivalent, which will mean that we would have saved something like 62,500. But comparing that to the devastation and the stress we are facing due to climate change, I believe we can do better than that and save more than the 25 megawatts, because we would have contributed a lot as a country. So I am imploring all of you to make sure that you participate, you pass the message onwards to the people that are not here, so that we try and also contribute. Those small efforts, they mean a lot towards combating climate change. So why are you going to be partnering with us? For now, if you will be participating and being a partner, that will mention at our campaign, it's for visibility, for leadership and influence, and ensuring that you align with ESG. And we will partner for future opportunities. The sponsorships, you can sponsor. This is a good cause for our planet that is causing us to survive on a daily basis. So for only 75,000, you can partner with us. For 60, you can choose one of those packages. They're platinum, 75, gold, 60, silver, 45, and bronze, 30,000. And I know some of you have millions. You can also partner with that so that we do something. I mean, it's affecting all of us, this climate change thing. So we really need to be doing something for the country, not for someone. It's for you and your children, and because it's not something that affects Eswatini, it's cross-boundary. So let's do our part, do the right thing, and sponsor this cause. So it's the biggest hour for the earth. Pledge that you'll also do something for the hour. 1 hour beyond. If you can do it, if we had an hour every day, imagine how much would have reduced the greenhouse gas emissions during that time. If we can all choose to do that and ensure that we build the infrastructure that is resilient and we are sustainable in our everyday life. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Van Zayda. Ngicela siphinde simshayele tandla, ladies and gentlemen, for such a clear presentation. I think one thing I loved about her presentation is that she reiterated indzaba yokuthi, let us show love to the environment these Valentines. Lokusho ukuthi ke bosisi, this year we're not expecting you guys to be looking forward to any flowers. Ngoba phela ama flowers sidabe sesibulala yona lemvelo. Lokusho ukuthi nje lo nyaka mhla ka 13 sidabe sente ama green walks and green campaigns. Thank you Dr. Constance. I hope everyone has got that. Otherwise, before I hand over to my lovely co-hostess Lana, ngitawucela just to mention a few, I'll say house rules. House rule number 1 is ukuthi can we be very attentive to such impactful speakers. Ngoba siyabahle sibute nama questions just to test whether you guys are actually listening and paying attention. Kutawuba buhlungu ke nase sibona umuntu omdzala asahluleka kuphendvula. Secondly, ladies and gentlemen, may we take this opportunity to invite you over for a cup of tea as the presentations are ongoing. Sitawucela nje ukuthi nihle just calmly and quietly go over to that booth there, pour yourself some cup of tea, ubuyihlale phasi, it's just so that sitawukhona kubamba isikhathi in our program. And then most importantly, ngabe asikendi kahle for us not to recognize indzaba taka safety. Should there, ladies and gentlemen, be any fire alarm or any reason lengathi ayisasi safe, ngiyajabula nangithi ngibuka ngale ngibona bakazidlodle emaphoyisa, but should there be any reason for us, to sort of evacuate? We have been advised and we have been informed to use our 2 exits. There's 2 on the left-hand side and there's 2 on the right-hand side. Phuma khona for our evacuations, phume calmly. There's fire assemble points that are clearly designated. So in case or in the need of any evacuation, those are the 2 or 4 doors that we are allowed to use today. And most importantly, for anyone who would want to use my restrooms, ningaphuma with the doors that are looking straight to me. On the far left of the building, there's toilet facilities aid. Thank you, MC.
Thank you, Spesihle. I see the room is full now. Sicela phindze sinemukele labangene emuva. It is a wonderful day for all of us. Ngicela correcta naye mlingani wami yema roses. Roses still continue, gentlemen, and please buy them as much as possible. Singahambi sidukisekile la. Asilungiseni bekunene. And then ngicela phindze to correct. Sibongile Makhanya, and he is Spesihle Maphanga. Somebody just called me Maphanga outside.
Iyarhyma le, uyayibona.
So I'm Makhanya, he is Maphanga, and by no chance you can see we are not married. Dr. Constance, we thank you so much for such a lovely presentation, Mage. And it tells Gutsi the choices we make today will determine not only how we adapt and mitigate climate impacts, but also how securely and sustainably we power our nation. So, begnene, 8 hour, it's not just switching off my lights for 1 hour, it is also switching on leadership, innovation, and collective responsibility. Ngalawo magama begnene, can we take this opportunity to introduce our first presentation, or our next presentation from Maget Duduzile Masina Nhlengetwa, from Eswatini Meteorological Services, and she's going to be presenting to us Eswatini's NDC 3.0, natural commitments and sectorial implications. Margaret Duduzile, please come forth, madam. The floor is yours.
Asimshayele tandla.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I just write on the protocol that has already been on the table and greet you all. Good morning. I will start by addressing my program directors. Angathi noma ngichubeke ngikubita ngamaphanga yini. My surname is Nhlengetwa Masina, not Masina Nhlengetwa. The difference is I was born in Nhlengetwa and got married into the Masina family, and I love both surnames. Yes, and thank you very much. We are here today launching our Earth Hour, which is coming up on the 28th of March. And as part of that, we are having the symposium. Dr. Van Zuidam has already told us what it's all about. But what I had also wanted to highlight once again, that it's not just an energy thing, but it's about all of us showing solidarity for our planet, which includes climate change issues, but even goes beyond to address other environmental issues, including issues of biodiversity. And we are here today just to create that appetite, and we will be going through the whole month of March, as it has already been shown to us, looking into how best can we be in solidarity with our environment, how can we best take care of it so that it can also serve us. Indeed, we were assigned to take care of the environment. It's our godly given mandate. The theme that has been selected, which talks to building the foundations of a resilient, of a climate resilient development, talking both to adaptation and mitigation, resonates with what we have been doing in the office, doing as a nation, putting up plans on how we are going to take climate action, which also have core benefits for the other aspects of environment. The theme goes on to talk about adaptation, mitigation, and then focuses on energy security. And you will see, as I just briefly highlight what is in our latest commitment, which is the NDC 3.0. We love using acronyms, and sometimes we forget that not everybody is alive to NDC 3.0, which is our nationally determined contribution. It's our third revision, wherein we had our initial NDC submitted in 2015, initially as an intended, and after the Paris Agreement was adopted under the United Nations Framework Convention in 2015 in Paris. In Paris, we then submitted that we will use that very intended NDC as our initial NDC. In 2020, we should have submitted the second one because it's a 5-year revision cycle, but because of COVID, not just Eswatini, but all of us ended up submitting in 2021, and then we resubmitted the third version last year, 2025, which is why it's NDC 3.0. It does have 3 aspects: mitigation, which is where we look into reducing emissions. As Dr. Van Zuidam was presenting, we see that with initiatives like what happens on the Earth Hour, when we reduce our electricity use, we are actually reducing the carbon dioxide that is emitted during the electricity generation, which is a mitigation action. And then with adaptation, she already talked about infrastructure, how it's affected. What do we do to make sure that our infrastructure or all other sectors where we're working on kept are resilient, they can stand the changes that we are already experiencing. She talked about the rainfall, which started off at the beginning of the season, but December, January, I think everybody was tired of the rainfall, leaving so much destruction to the infrastructure. Unfortunately for me, I now have to answer, where is the rain? And we do have a dry spell, and we are all looking forward to the blessings of the rain again, but hopefully not not to come with destruction. And then the third pillar, while on my slide I have finance, it's what we call means of implementation. With means of implementation, we have 3 aspects. We have finance, which is usually what we talk about a lot. And I think after talking about everything that needs to be done, we will realize we need finance. And there is a speaker that will come after me that will talk about finance. But there is also capacity building. What are we going to do with the finance if we don't know, we don't understand what needs to be done? I was very pleased yesterday as I watched the news and I saw that there is some memorandum of understanding that is being done with one of the of the technical colleges in the country. I think it's strict. Which is going to be doing training on renewable energy. That is the kind of capacity building that we need to do. But even for us as professionals, we need to be capacitated because some of those things are emerging. They were not there when we did our training. And then the third one is technology, development and transfer to achieve all those things, both in terms of building resilience and adaptation. We need to change the way we do things, and there are technological issues that we will need to ensure that we are able to change. And as we are doing it all, we also need to think about the transitions that we are doing and ensure that they are just. I will pass the slide because I have already talked to it, and this one as well. Developing the NDC, it's a national process that we undertake, and looking around the room, I do note that some of you, and even if it's not you as a person, but your organizations were involved and participated as we did, as we prepared the NDCs, we engaged with various stakeholders. We also looked into how we can take care of gender equality and social inclusion, to a point that we even had a consultant that was assisting us looking through that. We looked into how we can include the youth, which is why what I just talked about with STRIC is exciting me, because it also has the youth council involved. I was also pleased to see the municipality, one of the municipalities, working with the youth fund to promote their youth action, and I hope that climate change will be thought about even as we do that, but we need to be all involved in taking the action, and as such, when we prepared the NDC, we tried to engage everyone. Now, just talking about, looking in summary about what our NDC gave us. If we look at the line on top, which is, I would say it's a red color, but some tend to see it as brown, but that line that is on top, it's our business as usual. When we are projecting, where these lines are all coinciding, it's already where it's our past, but where they start diverging, it's because we are now looking at projections, so it's our business as usual. And if you look at this line, you can see a jump, because I think as a country, we haven't quite decided not to go the thermal power plant yet, but we are looking into what options we are having. And as such, we have kept it there. And it is anyway our business as usual. If all things were equal, we would go ahead with our coal-fired thermal station, and that is where our emissions would be. And if you look at that line, you can see that while currently we are in net sink, because if you look, the numbers are negative. I'm not sure if you can, yeah, if you look up there, the numbers are on the negative because currently we are in net sink, which means our environment is taking up more carbon dioxide than we are emitting currently. But if you look at this line, you can see that we are moving towards crossing the zero line at a rather fast rate. But we have committed to take action, and this line is what we had committed from the NDC 2.0, and with the strengthened commitments that we have done with the NDC 3.0, which we will see shortly, this is where we are. And we need to work together to ensure that we achieve this. It is our contribution as a country to ensure that our climate system as the whole global community it remains contained, and it is also our bargaining power to talk to the other countries to also do the same. And with this commitment, I talked about finance. We do need finance. We only committed 31% to being able to get 31% of the resources. Otherwise, the rest, we will need external funding. Now looking at where our reductions are, which then shows why it is also important for us, as we're talking about mitigation, to have that emphasis on the energy sector. If you look at our sources of reduction is mainly energy. This part, which is close to 57%, is our renewable energy commitments. But if you look at the rest of the commitment, I think with the exception of the sequestration by forests and the enhanced carbon storage in soils and the integrated waste management, all those others are related to energy actions. You talk about low carbon transport. Our emissions in transport are coming from the energy sector. You talk about clean and efficient cooking, energy efficiency, transition to low global warming potential refrigerants. While this has an industrial processes aspect, but it also comes with energy efficiency, so it also becomes an energy issue. So in a nutshell, these are the sectors where we committed to reduce. I will just go through them, but I will not be giving them the same focus because of the focus of our Earth Hour this year. Can I skip this one in the interest of time? So basically, this one, maybe before we go into the specific sectors, there is also the adaptation, where we also had sectors that need adaptation. We see agriculture, but agriculture, in as much as we have commitments for agriculture, which you can see up on the slide, but agriculture also relies on energy. We need energy for us to effectively have agriculture. A lot of energy is used for irrigation purposes, especially in the commercial aspects of agriculture. And without infrastructure, we have problems. Earlier in January, when we had that very wet week, one of the results that we had is produce could not get to where it was going because roads were cut off. And then there is water resources. It also needs infrastructure. Once you have damages in infrastructure, we have a problem. Health, the clinics themselves are infrastructure. You have the buildings that get damaged. I think sometime was it late last year, we had our clinic in Mayuane damaged by hailstorms, and that affects health. Once we have the road disturbed, then it means people cannot get to the health facilities, nor can pharmaceuticals and everything that is needed to render the service be delivered there. So while we have this adaptation, the specific adaptation options, but as we are looking today mainly on the energy sector and infrastructure sector, I find it important for us to understand how it has an impact on the other sectors. Infrastructure is what we are going to talk about, and disaster is already a cross-cutting issue. When all these things go wrong, that is when we declare disasters, and it's where we need to ensure we have proper early warning systems, we have proper response systems, and so on. And then the ecosystems, as we talk about energy and infrastructure, you find that a lot of the things that we do interfere with the ecosystem, but we need to make sure that we take care of it as well, because we are part of the ecosystem, and if we destroy the ecosystem, then we are not being kind to ourselves as well. We did have in our latest NDC an energy adaptation pillar as well, but if you look into it, it talks to issues of water and infrastructure, and but it was just that emphasis because it is an important aspect of our development as a country. Now, for disaster, we agreed that we want to limit the losses that we encounter as a country coming from climate-related disasters, and this was based on on a global average on what a country like Eswatini normally experiences, and we want to be below that. And we have various activities that we need to do. For agriculture, we would like to ensure that our climate-related shocks do not reduce the yield, which means our agriculture really needs to be resilient. And the number of people affected by acute food insecurity needs to drop. It needs to be less than 5% by 2025, and we have a lot of activities to do there. And I already indicated that ensuring that we have the energy that will be needed to ensure that there are no post-harvest food losses as we talk about food security and needed for irrigation and so on, in addition to everything that we see there. And I want to believe the presentation will be made available. For health, we would like to ensure that at any point in time, at least 80% of health facilities remain operational despite having a climate-related disaster, and reduce climate-related mortality by 2050. And we are working with the health sector to ensure that we collect the data and be sure that we can monitor, as well as improving the resilience in the health sector and the other sectors as well. As I indicated, water and infrastructure will affect what happens in the health sector. We would like to ensure that everybody has access to clean water, and once we have climate-related disasters, especially during droughts and during storms, quite often we find that the access to clean water becomes compromised. In the recent storms, we saw news about pit latrines being damaged, and that affects access to clean water depending on how the different people attain clean water, and we would like to achieve that. In water resources, we also want to increase water security by at least 10%. And when we talk about water security, it's not just potable water, but it's for all our needs. Biodiversity and ecosystems, we also want to improve on the conservation, ensure our water systems are well restored, and this will talk to a lot of things that we need to do. And as part of this, we need to take care of our forests and our wetlands, because they talk to what is happening with the biodiversity as well. And there is a lot that we need to do there. And as we are looking also to the green walks, I am sure that we will also be ensuring that we clean our water systems so that they can take care of our water systems, as well as our biodiversity, because our environment needs water as well. Human and infrastructure, this is one of the sectors that we will be focusing on today, and we will have another presentation later on, I believe, where we are looking at finalizing and gazetting the building bill, which we are trying to ensure that we work together and ensure that the climate issues are taken care of. We would like to see our infrastructure being resilient, as well as our infrastructure being designed in such a way that will minimize the emissions that are coming from it. If we can design our infrastructure such that we used to use less electricity because it's designed to self-cool and to insulate against the heat, then we will be using less heating and cooling despite the increasing temperatures. That would assist us. We need building regulations that will assist us to ensure that, first of all, we build in the right places, which talks to planning as well, and ensure that our infrastructures are as resilient. And I am very pleased to say the infrastructure sector has been open to us, and we will continue working together as they do a lot of this work. There are also issues around nature-based solutions. We have a project that we are developing as well, working with the disaster management agency and the Ministry of Housing, where we are trying to look into green, grey and blue infrastructure and see how we can build resilience. We are working with municipalities there as well, and I want to believe that the implementation of that will also ensure that we achieve some of what we are talking about here. integrated waste management as well. It's very, very important. Sometimes when we have storms like that, we find that our waste management infrastructure is affected, and that then talks to a whole lot of things, including how our water gets polluted and health systems and other things. So indeed, there is a lot that we would like to do collaboratively in the health sector just to ensure resilience and also ensure that it contributes to cutting down the emissions, which is mitigation as well. And then the energy sector, I had indicated that though it is coming up as a pillar that we identified in our adaptation, but if you look at what we would like to do, it mainly talks to infrastructure and water. If you look at what we have here, we are retrofitting our infrastructure. We are developing regulations and standards for resilient solar panels that will withstand existing conditions. That talks to our infrastructure as well. Investing in and redesigning cooling facilities, including for our thermal power stations. That is infrastructure as well as electricity generation. Building or enlarging dams to reduce water shortages. If you look at those things, they are mostly infrastructure, but this one talks to the water as well, to say if we want to continue having hydropower generation, then we need to take care of our water, make sure we store it in a proper way and balance the whole water usage water usage, which talks to what we talked about in the water sector, just to ensure we have the water. So basically, yes, the energy sector is prioritized, and the energy sector and infrastructure, they have that correlation. On mitigation, I think I had already shown as a summary, but you can see here what we intended to do in as far as the renewable energy is concerned, which is where 57% of our reduction is to come from. That is 1.2 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. We have our solar and hydro generation, biomass generation, where with the biomass, we should also ensure that it is in a renewable manner. We are not destroying our environment in our quest to have energy. And then looking into battery storage, there are geothermal, there's geothermal work that is being done as well. And in my understanding, the studies have been done. We need to go into prospecting phase now, still looking for resources. So the feasibility study, it means we've already somehow achieved that goal, and we are moving forward and looking into wind as well. And these are all the other sectors. If we look into the transport sector, this ethanol blending, one might say we've been talking about it forever, but I am pleased to say, as we work with the energy sector, it is my understanding that with the work that is ongoing, it's also including ensuring that we have the facilities to undertake the blending. So we are looking forward to that happening. There is the e-mobility policy that is being developed, and a whole lot of other plans that are ongoing there. And I believe we will work together to make it happen for ourselves and for the good of the environment. On the energy, on the industrial processes side, I already talked about the refrigerants earlier on. As we change the refrigerants that we are using, we have a project, we normally refer it as COOPSA, which is a cooling project for Southern Africa, where we're working together to ensure that the refrigerants that we will bring into the country, and by refrigerants, it's talking to all cooling systems, whether it's your air conditioning and your domestic refrigerators and industrial and so forth. We're trying to ensure that we are using the latest, which has which is very, very low on global warming potential, as well as not affecting our ozone. and work is ongoing there, and we believe that we will achieve this goal, and it also then reduces it's also energy efficient as well. And there is a whole lot of other activities that we are doing, particularly on the waste. As we can see, there is work that we are working, and we are ready to continue collaborating to ensure that it happens. I will not go into the details of the rest because I already highlighted in my earlier, when I was speaking earlier, including this one. I will not go into details because there is still going to be a presentation that is going to talk to climate financing, but it's just such an honor and blessing to see Emaswati coming together from the different sectors to seeing what we can do to ensure that we take the climate action that we need to take. And I believe during this month of March, we will continue to spread the information. It was disappointing to see newspapers that half the people, I don't want to think it's half the population, but it's half the people, more than half the people who responded said they don't know about climate change. And it is our duty and responsibility as we continue with this month of March, building up to the 28th of March, to ensure that more and more people understand what this is, how it affects them, and what role they can play, and the core benefits, because as Dr. Van Zeidam indicated, you reduce energy use, you save carbon dioxide emissions, you save some rands, some emalangeni, some dollars in your pocket. And with a lot of the mitigation, if you do it, if you get the right technologies, it does have those benefits. And with the resilient building as well, it does have those benefits. You don't want to be building the same house 3 times, but if you build it strong, you might spend more, but in the long term you are saving. Thank you very much. Looking forward to continue working collaboratively with all of you as we ensure a low carbon and climate resilient Eswatini. Thank you.
Siyabonga kakhulu. Can we give her a big hand of applause again? Siyabonga kakhulu Tfumbela Nhlengethwa. I'm going to say it right this time. Masina Mgomakati. Xolise nalokuthi siphambatise lokhulumako bekunene ngimakhanya akusiye maphanga. Duduzile Nhlengethwa, Duduzile Masina Nhlengethwa is the Director of Eswatini Meteorological Services with over 20 years in public service. She has spent most of her career life in climate science, climate service, and promoting climate action. She provided oversight in the development of Eswatini's national determined contribution and its 2 revisions, the latest being NDC 3.0. She is also responsible for promoting its implementation, its monitoring, and reporting. Iprofile ya Masina bekunene ngicela kustika thusinye ngoba ngidaze ngiphambatise dinkomishi. Siyabonga kakhulu presentation lenhle kangaka. We are really learning a lot, and we are building strong foundations onto this one. Can I give over to you, sir?
Thank you very much. We are indeed building strong foundations. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, would kindly like to invite over our UNDP resident representative, Mr. Hendrik Franklin. Can you please give him a warm, round of applause to come up forward? Thank you.
Good morning. Program directors, thank you very much for being here, and it's an honor for me as a UNDP resident representative to say a few words on this important occasion. And Minister of Natural Resources and Energy, which is here represented, EEC, MD, ladies and gentlemen, members of the media, Sani Bonani. So yeah, today we celebrate, or we don't celebrate, we launch the Earth Hour celebration, which is coming up. And this is a very important occasion not just here, but across the world. It's a way to unite all of us in a common theme and a common purpose, which is so important for all of us. As we know, we're going through a triple planetary crisis involving climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. Also at a time when the world is going through so many turbulent changes, so it's a lot of things going on. And of course, the energy sector is at the heart of this. We just heard from the director that the energy sector is one of the biggest, sectors that on the one hand contributes to climate change, but also will be one of the important sectors that will enable the country to be able to meet its climate ambition of reducing emissions. And energy, of course, is also such an important multiplier for the Sustainable Development Goals. Everything that we do has some kind of energy implication, whether it's jobs, schools, health facilities, trade, everything, and also, of course, impacts on the environment. And despite this beautiful land-linked kingdom in Southern Africa not being one of the big emitters globally, we are part of a global community. So on the one hand, we're facing so much threats in terms of climate change. We have droughts, we have floods. It's impacting our infrastructure, our agriculture, but we're also part of a global community. So despite not being a big emitter, I think Eswatini can really be a champion of becoming a carbon neutral economy moving forward, not at the cost of jobs, but also at the cost of competitiveness and being a good sort of part of the global community. And I think it's going to be good for the economy in the medium term, but of course this has to be done through a just energy transition. You can't go from one scene to the next, but reducing gradually imports from South Africa, becoming energy sovereign, and doing that in a way that as much as possible has renewable energy is important. And I also want to congratulate Eswatini for being among the first countries in Africa and the world to submit its NDC 3.0 in a timely manner to the Climate Secretariat, and the director and the team working on that really did a great job. And as a development partner, UNDP, we were part of that process. We have something called the Climate Promise, where we, together with the NDC partnership, supported the government in that important process. And we also had funding from the United Kingdom on that. And in addition to the NDC, which was not mentioned, UNDP is also supporting the government, the Ministry of Tourism and Environmental Affairs, and stakeholders in what's called the LT-LEDS, which is the Long-Term Low Emissions Development Strategy, which really looks up to, say, 2050 to see how Eswatini can become a carbon neutral economy. And as we do the planning, supporting and working with the government on that, we're also rolling up our sleeves and working. For example, we have a project called CREATE, which is catalyzing renewable energy access and transition, focusing on the small and medium enterprises, which is the engine of growth in any economy. I just found out the other day that in the EU, 99% of the economy is based on MSMEs, and I think here in Eswatini, I think that's also part of that. So making sure that the MSMEs adopt renewable energy, it will reduce their day-to-day costs, but also be making them more competitive. We're also, together with the Ministry of Tourism and Environmental Affairs, working at public infrastructure, making it renewable energy. So, for example, the RFM hospital in Mancini, a 1 megawatt solar power plant has been established, and also working with the director here on strengthening the capacities to monitor the climate and then building the early warning systems. And also establishing mini-grids across the country. I think that's also important, especially in rural areas where there's difficult access. To have mini-grids can also be part of the solution. And finally, as was mentioned, finance is so important. So together with the Central Bank of Eswatini, we're developing what's called the Green Finance Taxonomy, which will be the sort of the guideline for how the financial sector in the country looks at greening, to make sure that we don't have greenwashing. But we're hoping that banks and other parts of the society will adopt this Green Finance Taxonomy, as we also develop instruments like green bonds. De-risking is part of this, so making sure that instruments that do exist, for example, the central bank has the guarantee schemes towards MSMEs, making sure that these existing instruments adopt these frameworks, that everything that's being developed in terms of industries, businesses, etc., has greening in the forefront. I think, one thing that I would like to say as well, I don't know if some of you maybe listened to the UN Secretary General at some point a few months ago, and we had one of our NDC events, and he said that for the first time ever, globally, the renewable energy sector has passed the fossil fuel energy sector in terms of, the business, etc. So I think this is a really positive step, and I'm very encouraged here in the kingdom to see, the different, whether it's hydro, solar, maybe a bit of wind, but geothermal, biomass, all these are coming up at a high speed, and I'm very excited. We do, of course, need to look at the base load, but I'm quite optimistic that the way technology is developing quickly, innovation, I think, let's make sure that the money that we put in really goes to long-term solutions, and we also need to look at competitiveness for the economy. For example, the EU is, putting standards and reducing imports from countries that have high emissions, so all these things need to be taken into account. And finally, I think the theme of today, the Earth Hour, 1 hour is important, but it should really be all hours. We need to be conscious, and starting with the education of our children and our youth is so important. And I'm not sure exactly who is in the room, but I do think there's both private sector, public sector, civil society, academia, development partners. I saw the African Development Bank and the Commonwealth. There are others here, so let's all work together. We need to help de-risk, these investments. Investments in renewable energy are still seen as high risk, so the public sector can help with that, but inviting the private sector to take its part, and we as UNDP and other development partners are here to work with you as you develop this beautiful kingdom towards low carbon economy, and one that creates jobs, and one that promotes prosperity for all. Thank you very much. Siyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you so much, Mr. Franklin. A very good presentation indeed. Can we give him another hand of applause?
Thank you.
Siyabonga kakhulu wena wekunene. Iyaqhubeka iprogram yethu. At this point in time, sitawucela kwemukela Managing Director waka EEC, Mr. Ernest Sipho. They usually say he's an astute engineer, and he's very passionate about engineering, and MD. Sitawucela babe ukuthi bese soyaqhubeka nalomunye umsebenzi wekintroduce letinye tivakashi takho letikhona. We thank you, sir. Ngicela simshayele emtandla sakhuphuka. He told us to wait for him until he gets on stage, so we're gonna wait.
Sanibonani. Ngicela nje kucondzisa kubo program director. La eSwatini side bafana bakasidlodlo. Sinebafana bembube. Siyabonga kuba khona. Honorable Minister's Representative, Director of Energy, Ms. Tabile Mkonta Nkosi, the United Nations representative, Henrik Franklin, esteemed managing directors present here, distinguished representatives of our partners and stakeholders, members of Umbutho Wembube, Emaphoyisa, and members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome you to this launch of the Earth Hour. But before I say my piece of words this morning, may I read two scriptures that characterize why we are here today. The earth is the Lord's, and all its fullness, the world and those who dwell in them. That is Psalms 24, verse 1. Then God saw everything that he had made, and indeed it was very good. So the evening and the morning were the sixth day. So what we found is a perfect world. And what we should leave to future generations is a perfect world. And we must remember, we do not own this world. We do not own this earth. It is the Lord's and all the people that live in it. It is an honor to stand before you today as we launch the Earth Hour 2026 under the theme, Building the Foundation for Climate Resilient Development, Adaptation, Mitigation, and Energy Security for Eswatini, NDC 3.0. This is a very important document to which all we must ascribe to. And this is a document that characterizes our aspiration as a nation. Earth Hour continues to be a powerful platform that brings together the government, businesses, communities, and individuals around a shared responsibility, protecting the ecosystem that sustain our economy, our infrastructure, and our way of life. This year is particularly important for Eswatini. With the adaptation of the NDC 3.0, climate action moves from global commitment to national implementation. Akusisithi nje ngokuthi sihambe siyeleka umhlaba sithi hayi thina sitakwenda naku bese siyabuya sihlala phansi sithi vithi. Kulomnyaka lona ngumnyaka wekuthi sithathe inyathelo sibonakale ukuthi sendani ngaloku lesithembise kona umhlaba nebantwa bethu. It is no longer about targets, it is about planning, investment decisions, infrastructure design, and how we grow our economy. At EEC, climate change impacts affect our operations directly. Lamhlanje, we see a dry spell. Over the weekend, we exceeded our demand. And the reason for that, it was hot. Plants were drying. Our economy, you know all, depends on sugar. And the sugarcane plants were also starving, and they needed irrigation. So we had a high impact irrigation over the weekend to maintain our sugar production for the next season. We also were using a lot of air conditioning for our comfort. Everyone here today, inside this hall, is feeling comfortable. There's a lot of energy that goes into it. And we need to make sure that we have sufficient, but we use our energy efficiently in order not to impact the resources that are used to generate energy. We have seen extreme weather events that continue to affect our transmission infrastructure and our distribution infrastructure. Storms, flooding, and temperature extremes increase maintenance costs, disrupt supplies, and place our technical teams at a greater operational risks. The dry hot weather, as I have mentioned, increases electricity demand, and thereby extension the resources that are required to generate that electricity. These impacts go beyond technical or financial. They affect businesses, hospitals, schools, and households that depend on reliable electricity every day. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Minister, Representative, energy sits at the heart of the national development. Electricity enables water supply systems, it powers healthcare facilities, it supports digital connectivity and industrial growth, as well as many other aspects of our lives. Many of us here today are looking at our laptops. The first thing I can assure you, you looked for internet connectivity, and that is driven by electricity. We must always remember that. As EEC, our responsibility is to plan for a future energy system that is reliable, affordable, secure, and environmentally responsible. This requires a balanced, lower carbon energy pathway that supports energy and economic growth while strengthening resilience. Achieving this future requires collaboration. No single institution can deliver climate resilience alone. Government, regulators, utilities, industry, financial institutions, municipalities, and communities all have a critical roles. Awusimncane nje lala uhleli khona. Nawe uneligalelo lelikhulu longalidlala in the system as we plan for a low carbon future. This is why Earth Hour 2026 is being positioned as a national partnership. It is a platform not only for an EEC event, but a collective national movement aligned to Eswatini's development priorities. We are encouraged by the growing interest, the financial sector, private industry, and municipalities in supporting sustainable initiatives. This signals that climate action is increasingly being understood as an economic and development opportunity, not only an environmental obligation. I have been talking to the director here that when I was attending SADC in Zimbabwe, we were treated on a visit to one of the projects that are designed to clean up the environment. A recycling plant which uses waste to generate power and also other products. And this is where we need to go as Eswatini as well. And those are the opportunities that are available. Ladies and gentlemen, Earth Hour remains a symbolic movement, but as a real value lies in what happens before and after the Earth Hour. It is about how we design infrastructure, how we invest, and how we produce and consume energy. And it is how we prepare our economy for a changing climate reality. We therefore call upon all eMaswati, businesses, institutions, households to participate in the Earth Hour 2026 by switching off non-essential lights. Asisho ukuthi nicime konke. Cima longakusebentisi. During this designated hour, we want to make sure that everybody participate. And it is important that all stakeholders partner with us in building a resilient, competitive, and sustainable energy future for Eswatini. Together we can build an energy system that supports development today while protecting the future generations. With these words, I would like to thank all the sponsors that are participating in this Earth Hour. And I will mention those during the Earth Hour ceremony in March this year. But for now, we encourage everyone else to participate financially and also physically so that we can make this a worthwhile and a successful journey for eMaswati. Thank you very much. May God bless you. Right. Before I go down, I have just reminded, I have been given an assignment for which it is heavy on my shoulders, but I think I am able to carry. I would like to introduce the minister's representative to the podium, my sister, Tabile Mkosi, or Tabile Mkonda Nkosi. Usikhumbutile make masina ukuthi qala ngale sakhe sibongo ugcine ngale saka masina. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, MD, for introducing me very well. And good morning, distinguished guests. Good morning. Siyabonga kakhulu. Ngicela ngekucala nje ukuthi ngixolisele indvuna yethu, umvane Nkosi Prince Longokhela. He would have loved to be with us today in this very important gathering. However, due to pressing other engagements, he is unable to be here. But then nothing is lost because he's been able to give us his speech, which I will gladly deliver to you. And now, thank you very much. And may I recognize the presence of the UNDP representative, Mr. Hendrik Franklin. Thank you very much, sir, for being here. Government officials, the EEC Managing Director, Mr. Ernest C. Pomkonda. I got to know, to learn that it's very important to also mention, all his names, and the EEC management. Distinguished representatives from the various partners, esteemed businesses present today here, media personnel, ladies and gentlemen, good morning once more. I will now gladly deliver the Honorable Minister's speech as given to me. It is an honor for me to join you today as we launch the Earth Hour 2026, which we have learned that it will be commemorated on the 28th of March, 2026. This is a moment that reflects Eswatini's growing commitment to climate resilience, sustainable development, and responsible energy planning. Earth Hour, ladies and gentlemen, is more than a symbolic switch off. It is a global reminder that the policies, decisions we make today about energy, infrastructure, finance, industry, and the environment will define the security and prosperity of future generations. Today we gather under the theme, Building the Foundations for Climate Resilient Development, Adaptation, Mitigation, and Energy Security for Eswatini's Third National Development Contributions, NDC3. Climate action is a national development priority requiring coordination across all sectors, as already been mentioned by previous speakers, sectors of government, business, finance, and communities. And government recognizes and appreciates the continued leadership of the Eswatini Electricity Company, municipalities, industry partners, financial institutions, and civil society organizations to promote good stewardship. Sustainable development is strongest when it is collectively owned, as it is said in Siswati, injobo lenhle itfungelwa ebandla. Ladies and gentlemen, climate change is not an abstract future risk. It is already threatening our water security, food security, health, general well-being, infrastructure resilience, and economic stability. At a national level, our policies must align with our climate goals and integrate climate change as a planning variable in the design of infrastructure, energy planning and production, industrial growth, and protection of communities. Eswatini continues to make important progress, as we have seen recently. The Honorable Minister Umvane Ngosi launching 2 renewable energy projects for power generation. One project will be at Ngwenya, Tamela. The one at Ngwenya is a solar power project, and then the other one is at Ubombo Shuka on biomass. So we have one that is around 50% complete. Our domestic electricity generation remains predominantly renewable, as we're all aware. What we generate locally is mainly, in the main, almost 100% from renewable energy sources. However, our continued reliance on imported electricity presents risks to energy security, price stability, long-term resilience. Government remains committed to diversifying our energy mix while maintaining affordability, reliability, and sustainability. Hence, a balanced, lower carbon energy mix strengthens energy sovereignty, competitiveness, and environmental responsibility. Ladies and gentlemen, the transition to sustainable energy is not about choosing development over environment. It is about designing development that is resilient, competitive, and future-proof. Climate action requires investment, innovation, policy alignment, and public participation. Earth Hour then reminds us that climate action belongs to every household, every business, every municipality, and every government department. I therefore encourage all Emaswati to participate in Earth Hour 2026 by switching off non-essential lights and appliances during the designated hour and even beyond. More importantly, I encourage all of us to carry these commitments into how we produce energy, how we consume resources, how we invest, and how we plan for the future. If we align our national development priorities with climate resilience, we will build an Eswatini that is more secure, more competitive, more resilient, and more sustainable. With those words, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I hereby declare the Earth Hour 2026 officially launched. Thank you very much. Maswati lamahle kuyajabulisa ukuthi sonke siphelele namhla la. Ngetigaba tetfu nangekusuka kuma organizations lahlukene. Silapha ke stolonsha i-Earth Hour yemnyaka wanga 2026. Ingqikithi ke ye-Earth Hour ya 2026 ithi asakhe sekelo lesikahle senvutfuko levikela kuguquguquka kwesimo selitulu nekuthi sisebente kuthi sibe nagesi lowanele silive ngekulandzela i-commitment yetfu ye-third national determined contributions. Kuguquguquka kwesimo selitulu ke kufuna ukuthi sinake kakhulu indlela lesititfutfukisa ngayo sesivile etikhulumeni letikhulumile ngemuva siyivikele imvelo ngaso sonke isikhathi nekuthi ke vele kuyadzingeka lokuthi sisebente ngekubambisana kanye singihulumende betemabhizinisi batshali betimali kanye nje nasemakhaya nekuthi ema-policies etfu lesiwendako nendlela nje lesihlela ngayo intfutfuko netincumo lesititsatsako sikwende kahle ngobe lesikwenta namuhla kunemthelela ngelikusasa nanentalelwane yetitukulwane letitako sibonga kakhulu ke inkampani yemagesi bomasipala netinkampani tetimali kanye nesive sonke ukuthi bayachubeka kwenta ukuthi i-Earth Hour ibe khona njalo njengeminyaka vele ke impumelelo ichamuka ekusebenteni kanye singasho ukuthi eSwatini uyachubeka kusebenta ema-projects ekukhicita gesi sibonile nje etinyangeni letendlulile umfana Nkosi Prince Longokhela longuminister we-Natural Resources and Energy aphakamisa ema-projects lamabili renewable energy letawukhicitwa ngesolar kuphindze kukhicitwe nange-biomass imisalela yetihlahla ngalawa mavi ke siyacela ukuthi sonke maswati asibe ingcenye yale Earth Hour nga-2026 sesivile ukuthi itawendeka mhla ka-28 March 2026 sicime onke ema-lights lesingawasebentisi nalangasiko mgcokwa kumane kusale loko lokumgcokwa njengasetibhedlela nekuthi ke sichubeke nekonga gesi noma seyendlulile le Earth Hour ngoba lokho kunemthelela lomuhle kuwe nje umuntu naseveni lonke la kaNgwane singasho ke ngekuti cabha lokukhulu ukuthi i-Earth Hour 2026 seyisukunyisiwe ngaloku semthethweni siyabonga kakhulu inkosi isibusise sonke.
Apologies, sitawucela ukuthi uphinze ubuye up front. Kune item lesicela ukuthi kuye ngidlulisa right now. Asijoyine MD. Sicela ukuthi director abe khona kuleli thuba ngidawukhwesha ngivumele abantu labadzala ukuthi bachubeke.
Siyabonga kakhulu MD, siyabonga kakhulu Minister, ngicela sibashayele tandla. Uthi make Nkosi lesikwenda namuhla kunemthelela. So whatever we do today has got long impacting effects. So siyabonga kakhulu ne presentation lenhle kangaka ne speech lesinhle kangaka. At this point in time sitawuchubeka neprogram yethu kepha nje ngicela ngoba ushido siphesihle masicala la ukuthi kuyawinwa nanamuhla kakhulu uyathi ngiva ngathi ngayishayele kahle le launch tandla Ngicela sishayele tandla.
Round of applause.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu sekuyevakala ke nyalo. Kushitwe ukuthi kutoba nema gifts galo. Ngicela kuphosa umbuto on the floor. Sikunesipho lesihle lesikhona lesisibekela lapha eceleni lota uphendvula kahle. Ngicela kunibuta isalungiselela iband yethu or whoever is going to be giving us a good performance or entertainment. Ngicela kunibuta unikopisile futhi make nkosi la just now lebe balalele bavile unikopisile. Ngicela kubuta ukuthi inini i-earth hour, i-date, nesikhathi nokuthi the target savings. Ngicela kahle babe mthetho amduduzi. Uyabagcinela bamfana. Ngicela tandla bekunene nasi lesipho sihle kakhulu. Sisovela phakamisa kucala ngicela ukukuniketa. Koyi3 washo koyi2 kusho ukuthi awukakhoni. Awungeke usithole lesipho. When is the 8th hour? What time and how much is the how much is the intended target saving?
Listen, sons at the mic.
At our itaba 28 March 2026, 8:30 to 9:30. Sitawuzama silive kuseva 25 megawatts.
Siyabonga kakhulu asimshayele ntandla. Thank you so much. Do you have another gift, sir?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I think it would be very incorrect of us. Singabuti ngale siqubulo sale symposium yethu. Because we are a Swazi nation. Ndawucela nje just to show your understanding. Kube nemuntu lositshelako ukuthi what is the theme of today's symposium ngesiswati.
Yesuka.
Munye nje longaphakamisa athi nje mina ngidayihumusha ngesiswati. So lo siyayikhuluma ama presenters ethu ayayichaza lana ayayi-unpacka. Sikunabo mitigation, kunabo adaptation, kunabo climate resilient. Ngibanje lo ngathi nje mina ngicela ukuyishaya ngesiswati.
Ngile gift lenkulu loboyibekile.
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
I can see so many Swazis in the room. Ngathi Swati sasicala kusibalekela. Going once, going twice.
Make nkosi wants to attempt.
Ngathi ngicela kumalela kule tafula leli, ngathi ngicela kumalela kule tafula leli. Ngoba she was part of our presenters. Asengibuke lo munye nje. Kude lo phakamisako.
Thina kude lo phakamisako. Sicela abalunge laba entertainment so that we save time.
Should I decide to just point someone nje ngibula lo muntu nje ukuthi nje asekasitshele nje ukuthi sithini esiqubulo.
It won't help.
Ngicela nangibabe nang this gentleman over here. Asithi nje fahla ngesiswati i-theme yale symposium.
Thank you, Program Director. Angibonge ngikhulume ngalesiswati nje konke.
Yes.
Ngiyabonga Program Director. Lesiqubulo salonyaka sale 8th hour lesibhalwe ngelimi lwesingisi lokuthi building the foundations for climate resilient development. Ngesiswati singakuchaza ukuthi lokhu sakha tisekelo tentuthuko lekhonako kumelelana nekugucuka kwesimo selitulu.
Simshayele tandla.
Simshayele. Kushodile bese utawuchubeka nje angelapha adaptation mitigation. Ema big words siweve nangesiswati ukuthi nyawati. But thank you ladies and gentlemen. He is our winner for the big award. At this point in time, can we kindly invite Mr. Majaha atawusipha a poet or atasipha an entertaining item. Thank you.
Thank you.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Ligama lami nginguMajaha Ngwakangonyane. It is honestly an honor and a pleasure for me to be standing in front of you today. I'll be here just to share a brief poem. Utsite Central Bank welive sale sikumisa lokugoca timali. Sesimeleke indvuna yembuso ngale kutekulima kutsi isibukele kutsi timbali kuhamba njani ngito. We're just a few days away from Valentine's, and ukanza kutsi sikhulumisa kakhulu indzaba yelitsandvo. Oh yes, but ke niyifake ngale kamomo ningasayigocodi etimbalini. Indzaba yelitsandvo ike yangitfola ke nami. It was a normal day, I'm walking around town, ne weather beyikahle. But mangimbona lo sisi, something changed, and it felt as though I froze. For tightly held by particles of fear, I froze the first time I laid my teary eyes on her pure beauty covered almost silk skin in pictures. I felt my heart deep within my frozen body beating hard against my chest. My stomach felt warmth, my eyes failed to correctly capture this image of sketches of an architect drawn by canvas only known to the heavens. I desperately pushed my limits beyond the boundaries of my comfort zone in trying to find comfort in the action of passing a greeting to this goddess my body is compelled to worship. And so to escape these frozen conditions she had locked my body in, I was within the range of 10 options. 10. I will turn my back 9 times before starting over again at 9 plus 1 just to make a 10. 9. As my heartbeat moves 3 times 3 per minute, I still had an option of bringing it down. So 8. It's at this point that I ate my heart out as she smiled twice, the 4th time. 7. Like the wonders of the world, her whole being complete. It really felt like a certain level of heaven just to see her. 6. It was this option that threw me 5 times at least plus 1 that I may greet her and confess that 5. At this point I was halfway through the thaw phase, but she had frozen a better part of my inside, and for 4 hours I froze. I mean, I was so close but so far away from being free, from being frozen, but again I froze. So 3. I had at least 3 strikes to confess 3 times to her that I too had a thing to say to her. So 2. I was once beaten and twice as much. I still had an option of bringing it down. So 1 more time, I will exhale and confess that the I is without original image but captures collages into a picture. For in the image of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, you were formed, Spirit, out of the rib cage. You were formed from dust, a spitting image of beauty. You are a seed of an incorruptible root. You are woman, a dynamite, a shiro, a foundation of the order of the human race. You are woman. In you is found life, a loving heart, a caring spirit. Enganike usigodlo sekunotha nenfokoto lejulile umamatheka ngebuso kuthinzeke yami inhlitiyo impelake wagana emazulu ngematfolo ngoba tonke timo tikhothama kuwe ngoba ubukhosi lobufihliwe emhlabeni. You are woman, and these are the very people that help us take care of many things. And we are here today celebrating, or rather launching Earth Hour, and all thanks to EEC for taking care of the environment. And I think at this point, let's tell the truth. I'm not a poet. Probably sounds confusing, but let's tell the truth. I'm not a poet. I am a messenger that comes with messages that come straight from above. Masikhuluma liqiniso, emagesi ayayinaga imvelo aphinze anenhloso yakusasa ngemvelo. So the process is, I close my eyes, and within my eyelids I read all the hidden messages that come straight from above. Because liqiniso lakhona lithi emagesi ayayinaga imvelo. When I close my eyes, it's not to see less, but I want to feel the pulse of EEC in their conscious efforts to preserve nature. The oxygen that I'm breathing right now is clean, all thanks to solar energy farms and from where I come from, ngisho le ngakitsi, sibane, sihle ngendima, impela ke kwakumedima kusavutha likhandlela, wefika SEB at the time, samamatheka makukhanya ukuthi bar, the bar has of course been set high by a nature conscious EEC, nale ngakitsi, lusuku nebusuku kukhanya ngekufana namuhla, engani emagesi anaka imvelo, aphinze anenhloso yakusasa ngemvelo, si bhakabhaka sitha sibe sihle ngendima with stars smiling bright, the sound of lusushwana echoes deep into the mountains, lithi liyotilahla kunina emathafa achubeke abelihlata phasembane wagesi, engani emagesi anaka imvelo aphinze anenhloso yakusasa ngemvelo, wakhuluma ke nemnaketfu Bholotsha wathi umhlaba Luka Katvule, a reality we cannot escape if we cannot for the earth. Asimbongeke nkulunkulu ngemagesi ngoba enganvele anaka imvelo aphinze anenhloso yakusasa ngemvelo, coming from an era where reservoirs ran dry with cattle dying like flies. It became a fight to continue nature, the earth. As we take care of Mother Nature, she bears fruits in the same vein. We see beautiful women empowerment in a male-dominated industry. The stem is surely growing and bearing fruit. Enganike emagesi anaka imvelo aphinze anenhloso yakusasa ngemvelo. With this ring light, I propose to engage and marry every EEC effort to preserve nature. Kona sekwenda ngathi ngumshado enganveleke emagesi anaka imvelo aphinze anenhloso yakusasa ngemvelo. I am starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel. There must be an EEC electrician. As the lights are coming back into my eyes, there is a renewed hope for the Eswatini environment. Gesike welive uhlobile nasehlobane sekuyakhanya ukuthi umnyama besitha kuphela, kuhle kwelanga umbane uthe ba, engani emagesi anaka imvelo aphinze anenhloso yakusasa ngemvelo. I think at this point it's important that we celebrate leadership, and to the EEC Managing Director, it's only right for me to say today, amazing are the fruits of your works. A farmer is what I can refer you as. You plow on bare land but reap the juiciest of fruits. I mean, many a times have you been considered an enemy whose main aim is to fail us, but you possess the best knowledge. Your hands produces kings and queens, heroes and heroines, leaders who hinders the works of an enemy. A chain best describes the work you do. I cannot say you are employed, but a calling is what you answer to. And just like the best tour guide, you provide way even on the jungly. You give us strength whenever we are weary, answers when with a query. You have a passion which leaves no question. You give us attention so we can face nations with an intention of progression. I respect the role you play in our lives as it decides our destiny. This is to all the tremendous efforts of ensuring Gutsi Eswatini is beautiful with all lighting, and that is why today, like kids of a polygamist, we stand together as one, a family of different surnames headed by one Father, the Father of all nations, the Almighty Father. So over the years, we have built bonds that bind us to being the best of bodies, but before that, we might have stood as bitter rivals who saw it best to solve our differences and dance to the sound of the beat. And like a dream which never comes true, this might have started as a dream, but we are now living in that dream which dreamers only wish to live in it. So brothers and sisters, we have become, this is a journey that requires the skill, or maybe should I say the experience of a tour guide, where all of us have to prove to the rest of the world the tactics that will technically turn the tide against a tribe of trials, tribulations, temptations and tests. Perseverance, vigor and strength, all based on prayer, will determine our altitude. But we should be careful of attitude, as it might attribute ignorance. In whatever journey or circumstance we are faced with, let us always remember that failure is success delayed, that when it comes during dawn, it delights the living daylight out of all of us. Let us take care of the Eswatini environment. Thank you so much.
Another big round of applause. Emagesi anaga imvelo.
Ushito kabi siphesihle.
Bengifuna khona
Ingani
ukuthi
emagesi
ulalele.
ayayinaka imvelo? Ingani emagesi anenhloso yokuyinaka imvelo?
Yes.
Am I doing right?
Phinza phela siqhubeke. Is that the only thing you
Thank you so
caught?
much, Mr. Powat. You are doing very well. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much. Ngapheza imshayele tanda majaha. Siyabonga, ladies and gentlemen, siyabonga kakhulu. Wow. Hey, ubatha kahle lo mfula stage. Bese ngisasesemabhasi lapha but nje. Ladies and gentlemen, ngicela ukuthi kulesikhathi sanyalo sisukume sibe ne leg stretch. Ndanisa i-exercise ukuthi nje sikhone kulula imitimba yethu. Sitawukwati ukuchubeka ku the next items ngoba phela litiyabe sesenikhululile kilo. Nonke nje nisukume. Njengoba nibonile lo khulumela iministry noma minister make Nkosi so vele soyivulile wayilontsha i-Earth Hour. Lokusho ukuthi ke nyalo konke lesikwendako in the spirit of Earth Hour wa breathing and living Earth Hour. You nami sengishaya ama rhymes wa breathing and living Earth Hour.
I see.
You know. So kulesikhathi sanyalo ngidawucela nje ukuthi ngidawuzama ukutshengisa ukuthi ngifuna sende Earth Hour ngemtimba yethu. As a way just to stretch. You know, while we get ready for the next presentation.
I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready.
So ladies and gentlemen, pay attention. I'll do it once and then I'll expect everyone in the room to do it. So send the Earth Hour. The hour is one, number one. The Earth na indingilizi na ya. Naiboni nganani. Sitawenda ngale mitimba yethu lo Earth. Bese nda lo hour lo number one. Are you ready to see?
Yes.
Are you ready to see it?
Yes.
Okay. So right now for our leg stretch, we'll do it out with our bodies. We'll say, Earth. And then hour, low one, one.
That's why ngibalekile. I could
Sanibonile
see.
mas. Earth and one. You guys are intelligent. You guys are intelligent in the room. Ndawubuka nalaceleni inkope kunabo Dr. Constance lana. You know, nabo Mage Masina, Mtengethwa, button kopisa nje ndawubuka kibo lana. So are you ready to do it, ladies and gentlemen? A leg stretch. Earth Hour, living and breathing Earth Hour. Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Earth Hour.
Yes. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Ngicela nitishayele tandla.
Siyabonga kakhulu siphesihle, siyabonga kakhulu colleagues. It was very difficult. Bengikhweshela bengicanga ukuthi leli hour kumbe utawukhipha linyawo or something. So ngikongikhweshelile at this point in hour, in point in time ngicela siqhubeke neprogram yethu and we would like to introduce our next speaker for today. The Commonwealth National Climate Finance Advisor to Eswatini, formerly Fiji, a climate change professional with 24 plus years of experience in environmental management, climate action, resource mobilization, and policy development. India, Lesotho, Malawi, Scotland, South Africa, Eswatini, and Fiji. Former Eswatini NDC coordinator, led NDC 2.0 revision and supported mobilization of US $8.5 million plus climate finance, PhD environmental science, civil engineer, and environmental management background, certified climate adaptation finance expert at from Franklin School, Frankfurt School, a profile author, a prolific author, having published 2 books and numerous articles in international journals. Ngicela semukele, having read that beautiful profile, now the harder part is yet to come, pronouncing her name. She is a Deepa Pulanikatil.
Thank you.
Deepa Pulanikatil, khona lapho bekunene. Ngicela simshayele tandla. Madam, the stage is yours.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative of the Honorable Minister, distinguished delegates, thank you EEC for organizing this wonderful program. So I feel weird coming soon after the wonderful poem. My topic is a bit technical, but it follows from what Director Duduzile Nhlengetwa Masina has just presented on the NDC. So we've seen how ambitious Eswatini's NDC is, particularly in terms of the energy sector targets. So my role is to look at how do we finance this NDC. So in that aspect, we need to have access to climate finance and know about the international cooperation mechanisms which will help us implement the NDC. So I will look at, I'll start with the definition of climate finance. What is the global climate finance landscape? Talk a little bit about Eswatini's climate finance landscape, the types of climate finance, and the UNFCCC financing mechanism, as well as the non-UNFCCC financing mechanism, the technology mechanism, and then end on the financing specifically on the NDC 3.0, which focuses a lot on energy. So what is climate finance? Climate finance is all the kind of funding that you would use to implement climate change adaptation and climate change mitigation projects. And this can come from public budgets, so government budgets. It can also come from private investments, from your private sector, as well as from you. I think some of you might have solar panels in your house. I do know Director's house has a solar panel. Is there anyone else who has solar panels in their house? Yes? Yes. So that is private financing. It contributes to the climate financing basket. And we also have bilateral funding that comes from international donors and development partners, as well as countries that provide funding for climate finance. So we have that, and then we have the multilateral funding. We have the various climate funds. You may have heard of the Green Climate Fund, Global Environment Facility, Adaptation Fund, and so on. Next, I just want to touch on the difference between climate finance, development finance, and disaster finance. Everything is not very black and white. There are some gray areas because there will be areas where the definitions overlap. So climate finance focuses solely on adaptation and mitigation funding, while development finance looks at poverty reduction, improving quality of life, how do we enhance the GDP of our country, how do we develop. So that is development finance. And then disaster finance is in response to a disaster or preparing to build resilience so that when a disaster strikes, we are ready for it. However, in development finance, we do have some climate finance that can be part of it. For example, if we are building a road or a bridge, and it would have cost us 10 million emalangeni to build that road. But because of climate change, we know that there are extreme weather events and there can be frequent heavy downpours of rainfall, which might require the road to have improved drainage. So if the improved drainage requires an additional 5 million emalangeni, the 5 million that is on top of the 10 million, which is our normal development funding, would be the additionality which you can claim from climate finance. And for disaster finance, it's not very relevant for Eswatini, but there are slow onset disasters, which is the sea level rise, which I've seen up close when I worked in the small island state of Fiji in the Pacific. So for them, sea level rise is is a slow onset and it's declared as a disaster, and therefore funding for that can come from climate finance. But for us, we can also look at climate-induced disasters. So we are seeing that more and more cyclones are getting more and more frequent, and the intensity is increasing because of climate change. So there is some component of disaster funding that is also relevant to climate finance. Hence, there is a layer of overlap where climate finance, disaster finance, and development finance meet. And that is climate-related development finance. Next, let me move on to the UNFCCC funds. UNFCCC is the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, which is the master policy guiding climate action globally. And Eswatini is a member, is a party to the convention as well. And through the convention, countries have asked that we bring in climate funding, and therefore funds such as the Green Climate Fund and the Adaptation Fund was set up through this mechanism, through the UNFCCC mechanism. And the basis of the Paris Agreement, which is sort of the Bible of climate action, it says there's something called common but differentiated responsibilities, which means although climate impacts are felt by all and we all emit, therefore we all have responsibility to reduce emissions, but it is historically the industrialized developed countries that caused climate change, and therefore they are responsible to pay climate finance and funding for developing countries to adapt and mitigate. And therefore, under the UNFCCC financing mechanism, the majority of the funding comes from these developed countries that caused climate change initially. So we have the Green Climate Fund, we have the Global Environment Facility, and the Adaptation Fund, and there are some differences between them. So the Green Climate Fund focuses on both mitigation and adaptation. They have about 8 thematic areas. So if you want to access funds from the Green Climate Fund, your project must align to those 8 thematic areas. And renewable energy is one of the thematic area. So you can get funding for renewable energy projects through GCF. Governments cannot directly access funding from GCF. You have to work with a GCF accredited entity. So in Eswatini, there are 2 entities which have applied for accreditation, which is the Eswatini Bank and the Eswatini Environment Fund. So once they are accredited, we can apply for projects through them to access Green Climate Fund. The size of projects, Green Climate Fund is one of the largest funds, so you can have a project as big as 250 million, but also small micro projects which are little less than 10 million is possible. And the accredited entities are accredited for certain categories or levels. So there are entities such as UN agencies and multilateral banks and even national accredited entities that have been categorized, say they are eligible to apply for funding up to 50 million. Or they are eligible to apply only for projects which provide loans, and others which only provide grants, and so on. So there's different categories of projects as well that, depending on your accreditation, you can access funding for. Now coming to Global Environment Facility, this is one of the oldest funding, and Eswatini has done really well in accessing funds from GEF. Under GEF, although the main focus is biodiversity, lands, water, addressing land degradation and so on, there is also focus on climate change, and there is a portion of the GEF funding that you can access for climate action. Same as GCF, you can only access it through GEF agencies. And these are already listed. If you check the GEF website, you will find them. Some of them are UN agencies, so we need to work with them to access the funding. And so far, Eswatini has done very well in accessing multiple millions of funding. For GCF, we have done quite well in accessing readiness funding, which is funding that will help us get ready, prepare ourselves to access project funding. And about, I think, more than 6 million or close to 7 million have already been accessed, and there's plans to access more. And there are several proposals in the pipeline for the GCF that Eswatini aims to access in this cycle and the future cycles. Then coming to the last UNFCCC financing mechanism, Adaptation Fund. This is one of the favorite funding mechanisms for most climate finance advisors like me, because it is full grant, so it's not loan. For GCF, they would like to provide loans, so you can get grant, but it is a bit more challenging, but it's easier to get loans, concessional loans. And Global Environment Facility, it is a requirement that you have to provide co-finance. But for Adaptation Fund, co-finance is not required, and the entire funding is grants. But it is only for adaptation projects. And just like the other UNFCCC mechanisms, you can only access it through accredited entities, and in Adaptation Fund terminology, we call them implementing entities. So through an implementing entity, you can access funding for adaptation, and it goes directly all the way to the households, to the community. And in the most recent board meeting, the ceiling for projects have gone up, so you can access funding for up to 25 million per project, and every country can access 40 million USD. And Eswatini has not yet accessed it, so there is scope to develop projects and access Adaptation Fund. In addition to this, the Loss and Damage Fund was launched last year at the Conference of Parties in Brazil, in Belém, and that is also now available for applications. They have opened up a window from 15 December last year to 15 June this year, when we can apply for this funding for projects of size between 5 million to 20 million. But it is focusing only on loss and damage, which is something that you ask for funding after you have exhausted all your adaptation measures, when there's nothing else to do. You have tried all adaptation measures and that have failed, and then you ask for loss and damage funding. So a good example would be, well, I wouldn't take an example from Eswatini, but from Fiji, loss and damage funding would be if salt water, due to sea level rise, salt water has intruded into your farmlands and you can no longer farm. If you're able to measure the hectareage of farmlands lost, you can claim that as loss and damage and get funding for that. Moving on, there are some other interesting instruments from which you can also get funding, and it falls under the umbrella of climate finance. And these are mostly debt instruments. So there's the green bonds. There are different types of bonds. You can design your own bonds. So you can have climate bonds, sustainability bonds, green bonds, blue bonds, solar energy bonds. You can, depending on what type of project you want to fund. And bonds are, we have some bankers here, they will know better. Bonds are debt instruments. So governments can issue the bonds and then implement a project using the funding that investors have paid for the bonds, and then pay back the investors using your future taxes. And in addition, you will pay a small interest to the investors. And this is usually lower than the market interest that they would get if they were investing some elsewhere for a profit making. So this is mainly investors that are philanthropic and want to invest in good causes that would buy the bonds. And you have to ensure that the proceeds of the bonds are is very clear, and what the proceeds will be used for, what kind of projects, what will be your outputs, how many households will get improved adaptation capacity, or how many rainwater harvesting tanks will be installed, how many kilometers of roads will be climate proofed. All that has to be very clearly articulated when you launch your bonds. Then we have something called debt swap. So this is an instrument which has been used in a few countries, Belize, Seychelles, Barbados, I think, recently also did debt swap. So if a country has a lot of debt and is struggling to pay it, you can bring in a third party for mediation and strike a deal with the lender to, one, forgive part of your debt, second, restructure your debt so that it has maybe longer payback periods and reduced interest, and thirdly, say that instead of paying back to the lender, let me use that money to implement a project in Eswatini which contributes to climate action. And then the third party will certify that, yes, this project did spend so much money and did achieve these targets. And that is satisfied for the lender, because they also have their CSR responsibilities and their targets to meet in terms of climate action. So this way it's a win-win situation. You don't just pay back the loan, but you invest in your country and thereby improving your environment, building resilience for communities, as well as creating jobs. So debt swap is something that we can also look at. Now coming to how much of climate finance is there in the world or in the past years. This is the most recent analysis by Climate Policy Institute. It was published in 2023, and it shows that 1.27 trillion USD was raised as climate finance in the world. And when you look at in the third column, the instruments of climate finance, you will find there's a lot of, in the second column, sorry, there's equity, there's concessional loan, and then when it comes to grants, it's very little. It's only 69 billion. This is globally. So, and as a percentage of the 1.27 trillion, 69 billion is very small. So it is less easy to get full grants nowadays, but easier to get concessional loans and other instruments of climate finance. And if you look at what were the sectors that were funded through this, energy sector stands out as a huge portion of the climate funding. So what you can see is that there is a renewable energy revolution happening around the world. And a lot of climate funding has gone into that. But there's also other sectors that have got funded, like agriculture, land use, water, and so on. So 1.27 trillion, it might seem like a lot of money, right? But if you compare it with what is it that we actually need to meet all the NDCs of the world. So today, Director eloquently presented Eswatini's NDC, and we need 1 or 2 billion to implement it. But globally, we need around 12 trillion to implement all the NDCs of all the countries. But so far, we have only accessed 1.27 trillion. So the gap is still huge. So there's a huge climate finance gap that we need to fill. And do you feel optimistic? Is it possible to fill this gap as a world? How many feel that it is possible to fill this gap? In order for us, you need the 12 trillion in order for us to achieve the world where the temperature rise is limited to 1.5 degrees and all the climate change adaptation and mitigation ambitions of all the countries are met. So this gap, is it something that can be achieved? Yes? I see only one hand. A few hands, yes. I like the optimism because indeed we can achieve it. If you look at what the world has done, The largest bar here is 11.7 trillion that the world mobilized in 1 year during COVID. So when a pandemic happened, the world came together and we mobilized all this money. So it is possible that if we come together and all countries agree, then we can mobilize money to meet the 12 trillion target for climate funding. And if you look at the amount of money that is going into military and wars, it's coming to the double of climate finance that is currently being given. If you look at fossil fuel subsidies that are being given out, it comes to 7 trillion. So there is money out there. So now what we need is all the countries coming together, mobilize it, and do climate action. So in that aspect, to access climate funding is very important. So we need to access more funding from GCF, from GEF, from Adaptation Fund. We need to have accredited entities. And everybody, public sector, the ministries of finance, all the sectoral ministries, private sector, NGOs, and even individuals, we all have to work together for achieving that. And I think I've covered this before. When you try to access funding from any of the UNFCCC mechanisms, you need to work with an accredited entity because you need to access it through them. And your proposal must align to the themes that have been agreed upon by the fund. And yeah, readiness, I think I spoke about that. This is just to give you an example of who are these accredited entities. So for GCF, you have your banks and your UN agencies, and some countries have national accredited entities already in place. We are working towards that. For the Global Environment Facility also, we have UNDP, UNEP, FAO, IFAD. Some of these we have used to access GEF funding for Eswatini. For Adaptation Fund, there's the national implementing entities in various countries, also UN agencies. Through them, we can get funding. And the readiness funding is looking at strengthening the Ministry of Tourism and Environmental Affairs, which is the nationally designated authority through which you can access the funding. So there's capacity strengthening for those ministries and development of policies and guidelines, standard operating procedures, and anything that will help you improve your readiness to access the funding. Now coming to our NDC. I'm very proud of Eswatini's NDC. For a small country to have such an ambitious NDC. And if you remember in the NDC 2.0, as soon as Eswatini submitted, it was tweeted by the executive director of UNFCCC that it was a very excellent example of an NDC which was inclusive. It included gender, it included youth, it included DRR. So this is something, and this year, this submission 3.0, we have enhanced ambition, and the energy sector, actually congratulations to all of you who were part of that. The energy sector ambitions have also been improved or enhanced. So for unlocking climate finance, we have to address some of the barriers. So if you want to access debt instruments, that can be a barrier if you already have a lot of debt as a country. So that is something to look at. And then maybe you need to prioritize grants or find other ways to do debt swap or something that might help reduce the debt burden. Because one thing we don't want is, because of climate change, we don't want countries to get into more debt. That's not fair, because you didn't cause climate change. So why should you borrow money to fix a problem that someone else caused? So in terms of that becomes a barrier or a challenge for most of climate finance, unfortunately. And the keys to unlock, we need to make sure our NDC is aligned to our development goals. And Eswatini has done well in that aspect as well. If you look at the National Development Plan, MEPD, developed, towards the end, there is a page with a table that shows how the NDP targets or focus areas align with NDC. And climate change is included in the NDP. So in terms of policy alignment, you've done really well. And in this regard, there was a side event at COP30 in Belém, Brazil, where Chief Economist, Director Dudu, and many others discussed how Eswatini managed to do the alignment. So that is key for unlocking climate finance, because then you can use development funding to achieve your climate goals. Then capacity strengthening. We need to train more people on how to write proposals to access climate funding. Just last week, our ministry had hosted a training for over 50 stakeholders. 2 of them were also from EEC. This was a training on how to access climate funding and how to write proposals. Innovative instruments, let's explore green bonds, debt for climate swaps, and in that regard, let's work with experienced development partners like UNDP that has helped other countries with such instruments. Carbon markets is another area that we have not explored, and that there is funding out there as well through that mechanism. Then partnerships. We need to work with development partners that will help us to achieve our NDC. And NDC Partnership is one such development agency. And they were part of the training. They came and presented what they offer, how they help countries access funding for NDC action. And then private sector. We need to mobilize our private sector to also invest in climate action. I can give an example from my hometown in India. I come from Kochi, and Kochi was, the Kochi International Airport was the first airport in the world many years ago to go completely solar. And those days, the reason why they went is they were fed up of the power cuts from the grid electricity. So they decided to invest in solar, and they went. So such private sector investments needs to be encouraged, and that will also help us achieve our NDC. This is just to show you a photograph from our training last week on access to climate funding. And we had our climate change advocate champion from EEC, and also our lovely lady engineer, women in STEM, also as part of the training. And then just to conclude, a few things which I just focused solely on the energy sector. There is a funding mechanism through the DBSA Climate Financing Facility, which is funding from Green Climate Fund. And they provide funding for projects with a minimum size of 10 million USD on infrastructure projects. So water, wastewater, renewable energy as well. There is funding out there, but it is concessional loan, and we need to move fast because the project is, although it's ending in August 2026, there is a high chance that it will get extended. And this is only for the 4 RAND countries of Lesotho, Eswatini, Namibia, and South Africa. And Eswatini has not yet accessed the funding from there. This is some of the outputs that NDC Partnership gave us. They provide support for us to search for what kind of climate funding is available. And then you can set alerts to see that, okay, I'm from the energy sector and I'm interested in private sector projects, so you can set alerts for that. And whenever there is a call for proposal that will target the sector that you want, they will be able to send you a notification. And then also they support you on project preparation. So if you have a project idea, a proposal, they can also, there's assistance available for that. And we also need not only finance, we need technology and capacity building. And so the UNFCCC technology mechanism was set up for supporting countries in that. And that is the Climate Technology Center and Network. They are based in Copenhagen, in the UN city. And they provide funding, they provide technical assistance to countries. So each technical assistance is worth around 250,000 USD on a suite of climate technologies, climate mitigation and adaptation technologies. And we need to work with the Ministry of Tourism and Environmental Affairs in order to apply for CTCN funding. And this comes very fast. Within 2 weeks, they will respond and set up a response plan and find a delivery partner to help you achieve that technical assistance. And the areas include adaptation technologies, mitigation technologies, including energy access. And then finally, there is Climate Investment Fund, which is hosted by World Bank. They have been supporting a number of countries recently, even in Africa, for investing in geothermal power. So that is something that you can explore if that's of interest to Eswatini. And these are some of the countries that have already got funding just through the Climate Investment Facility for geothermal. And I do have to mention it is for Eswatini, because we are a middle income country, you cannot get a full grant. So most likely you will get a concessional loan. Fiji also couldn't get a full grant. They got a CIF project for another project. It was on agriculture, funded last year. But it was 50% grant and 50% concessional loan. So I'm in my last slide. So those of you, if I've piqued your interest in climate finance, please do read this toolkit from Commonwealth. It's a toolkit on access to climate finance, where you'll get examples of projects and all the information that I've shared in a much better format for you to keep as a knowledge resource. And those who want to go a step further and do an online course, there is a free online course also on the Commonwealth website, and you get a certificate at the end of it. It will take about 8 to 10 hours of your time to do that at your own pace. You can do it online and get a certificate. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share about the various climate funding available. And I just want to also appreciate EEC for giving a spotlight to the NDC in this year's Earth Hour, which is on its own, that action on its own is going to create a lot of awareness amongst our stakeholders nationwide. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Deepa. That was very, very insightful. I'm glad that we heard of the various options for multilateral funding, which was very, very eye-opening. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, we would like to get your attention and invite our panel discussion. The next item on the agenda is the panel discussion, whereby we'll be having a theme that says, who enables client action? Who enables climate action? Aligning climate action, energy, infrastructure, finance, environment, and industry for NDC 3.0 implementation.
Thank you very much, Spesihle. At this point in time, as he just said, we'll invite our panelists to come up front in no special particular order. We will have Ms. Catherine Chikosenu Mota.
She's a research and business development manager. She holds a Bachelor of Arts
Please come forth,
in
ma'am.
social science, majoring in economics and statistics, and also a Master of Business Administration. Katrine is an ISO certified in quality management systems and also possesses various certificates ranging from business networking, modeling, and forecasting, market research, customer insights, and competitor analysis, international economic affairs, and trade and gender linkages. She's responsible for providing insights through relevant research, studies and information in the industry, and redirecting such findings into data-driven decision-making for policy direction.
Asibashayele ntandla bekunene singabi nemona. These are beautiful profiles. Our next panelist will be Mr. Thokozani Mvubu.
Mr. Thokozani Mvubu is an engineering manager at the Petroleum Regulation, Eswatini Energy Regulatory Authority. He is an experienced energy sector professional with nearly 2 decades of experience in the petroleum industry, including over 10 years in the public service. He holds a Bachelor of Science degree and a Master of Physiology in Mathematical Finance, reflecting a strong analytical and quantitative foundation. He serves as an engineering manager, petroleum regulation at Eswatini Energy Regulatory Authority, ESERA, where he oversees regulatory compliance and technical oversight within the petroleum sector. Mr. Mvubu's work bridges technical, regulatory, and policy environments, contributing to the development and implementation of effective energy regulatory frameworks to Eswatini.
Thank you so much. The next panelist, Sister Shaitan Dlabekunene singabi nemona. Mthokozisi Mamba, Mthokozi Mamba,
Mtokozi Mamba. Togozi Mamba.
Mthokozi Mamba.
Integration agronomist in Eswatini sugar and agricultural and water engineer with 10 or over 10 years experience in irrigation development, water resource management and agricultural infrastructure in Eswatini. He supports industry growers on water compliance, climate resilient irrigation practices, and advanced irrigation and drainage system design for sugarcane production. He also leads training and capacity building on sustainable water management to strengthen climate resilience in the sugar sector. He's certified in ISO 9001 of 2015, which is the quality management systems. He's a lead auditor in implementation. He's also into project management and construction contracts. Thank you.
Thank you. Lindiwe Mlambo.
Lindiwe Mlambo is the head internal auditor at the Central Bank of Eswatini, where she provides strategic assurance and advisory leadership across governance, risk management, and internal control. She holds a master's in development finance, a cum laude, from Stellenbosch Business School, and is a chartered accountant with the Eswatini Institute of Accountants, credentials completed by ESG certificate for sustainable organizations from the Institute of Internal Audit. Her career reflects deep experience across banking, development, finance, and assurance, strengthened by prior roles within the Eswatini's financial sector and a commitment to the sustainable economic transformation. Lindiwe has a passion for advising ESG, aligned governance for sustainable transformation and organization resilience.
Last but not least, as I mentioned it in no particular order, we have Mr. Mpumuzi Tembinkosi Mazia.
General Manager, Research and Development at Eswatini Electricity Company, a professional electrical engineer with architects, engineers, surveyors, and added professionals council, Eswatini, and the Engineering Council of South Africa. He leads network system planning, transmission infrastructure development, renewable energy, and capital project implementation as the General Manager for Research and Development at Eswatini Electricity Company. His professional experience includes planning, design, and delivery of transmission infrastructure, as well as the development of large-scale generation projects. He has worked across the full project lifecycle from the grid studies and technical designs to financial modeling, tariff development, procurement, and implementation. His experience bridges the gap between energy, infrastructure, investment, and climate commitments. Welcome.
Lokunye sekuvela nyalo ngathi M1 bengadi. Siyakubongela se. Now we are going to invite the moderator. Hey, kuyabhalwa bekunene ngebandla. Ngabe kuyawubhalwa kuthiweni ngathi. You guys are so lucky. Asikakufunzi nge-memorial. Sikufunze namuhla ngani. It's good to know that. Professor Mkonda, Associate Professor Mkonda, please come forth.
Associate Professor Mkonda is a physicist at the University of Swatini and a member of the Center for Climate Change and Sustainability Research. His research group is applying regional climate and modeling and weather prediction to assess climate change impacts and support national adaptation planning. He has contributed to national energy and climate policy, including the National Energy Policy of 2018 and Eswatini's NDC 3.0. He has supported climate and environmental finance and mobilization through the Eswatini Environment Fund. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. May we brace ourselves for such a lovely panel discussion. Thank you.
Let's give them a hand of applause.
Thank you very much, program directors, Makanya Mapanga or Mapanga Makanya. The Honorable Minister Representative, Tabile Mkhonda Ngosi, the MD for EEC, my brother, NSC Pomkonda, Ngansi nami mhlungwana abakangibite kahle, libito lami bonkosi ngisimiso Khumlani Mkhonda, and our VIPs, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to sit with these high esteemed people. I think you have seen their CVs. I was just feeling very small that I'm not worth even to shine their shoes. But it just shows that the country has amazing talent working on the issue of climate change or climate action. And who are going to take maybe the next 40 minutes just getting their stories. I think the theme for today, maybe the topic for the discussion, it's about partnerships, partnering in implementing the NDC 3. I think the MD said in his remarks, the NDC 3 implementation, it's a national aspiration. Actually, if we read the documents, it's a very ambitious and actionable document. So I think my classmate, Lapa Mage Tutu Hlengetwa and Masina, said so far as a country, we're doing very well. We are net sink. And we intend to continue to be the good guys, even in 2035. So that's what the NDC is saying. Our reduction will make sure that we remain a net sink. So that's a tall order for us while we are developing. I think there is that challenge she highlighted that we intend to make sure that our health facilities are climate proof. 80% of our health facilities are climate proof. So whatever extreme weather events happen, we can survive as a nation. I think that also needs partnership. I think there is, if you read the document, we need to, I think the country is targeting to raise $2.4 billion US so that we can meet this goal. And I think 30% of it, we promise that we'll mobilize locally, and maybe 2/3 with the help of our partners. Thank you, Deepa, for the presentation. I think you have highlighted some opportunities for us to tap on. So there is an African saying that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. So literally, the discussion here is about going together as a team. So it's not about maybe pointing fingers at others, but it's trying to interlink and going together. Let me just motivate you that we'll do it as a country. For those of you who saw, there's this human aspiration. There was a human aspiration of running the marathon in less than 2 hours. I think we all remember that in 2019, Eliud Kipchoge was able to meet that. But he didn't achieve that alone. Actually, if you follow that case, he was running with a team of 41 runners, and they were changing after 5 kilometers. So there were 7 runners making sure that he doesn't get headwind, so that he can break the human records of running less than 2 hours. And again, Nike provided the technology for achieving that aspiration. They say he was bouncing, so he was wearing very nice Nike shoes to meet that challenge. And again, the location was also chosen. So I'm just highlighting that in order for us as a country, we need to work together, and definitely we are going to meet our national aspiration. So I'll just give an opportunity to my panelists here just to say something. So we have like 40 minutes. I'll just give them maybe 2 minutes just to answer this question. But it's not a question, it's just about sharing their jobs, like in their organizations. I just want us to tell us about encouraging stories that have been done in their sectors that are aligned to the NDC3. And we will then also discuss about the challenges. So as an audience, I think you have an assignment, 2 assignments. Deepa has done it, actually part of, we are supposed to provide painkillers, because as they are trying to work on this climate action, there are some challenges. But we can be the Panadol providers as a nation, as an audience. And again, we need to provide the technologies, as I've highlighted in this Elliot story, that some of us, we have the technology to partner with this wonderful organization. So I will start with EEC. Of course, thank you, EEC, for giving us this platform and for highlighting the implementation of NDC3, a national aspiration. So, Babamazia, can you just tell us some promising or encouraging story about EEC's alignment to the NDC3?
Okay, thank you, moderator. From the EEC's perspective, I think when it comes to NDC 3.0, starting from the presentation that was made, it becomes real for us when you can translate those climate actions into projects or into actions whereby you can build resilience into your infrastructure, taking into account affordability, and as well as I think it's affordability, building resilience into our infrastructure. So what we are doing as a utility, the approach is it involves government. It is not EEC alone. Other speakers have alluded to that. When we plan, when we do the planning, we take into account the generation plans that the country has. Some of the projects here have been mentioned. We concluded a geothermal surface exploration, which will provide renewable clean energy to Emaswati. And when you look at its tariff, it is also one of those technologies which I personally love, just like nuclear, whereby they are cheaper in the long run. And also into our planning of the grid, like I've mentioned, we take into account what the ministry or the master plan says. So we take that into account in our planning so that we deliver collectively the requirements of NDC 3.0. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then I'll also hand over to Ms. Mlambo.
Thank you. Good morning still to everyone. So from a central bank perspective, climate change is no longer just an environmental issue, but it touches on development risk, macroeconomic risk, as well as financial stability risk. And so when we receive these, or rather we heard that Eswatini is prone to some of these climate activities such as your drought, erratic rainfall, floods, cyclones and the like, that impacts agriculture, agricultural output, which then affects also your food security. It impacts livelihoods and your employment. And those are then areas of central bank where we're looking at how is this then impacting your financial stability. And so it then fits into our mandate from a pricing and financial stability perspective. With that being said, central bank has committed itself to the NDC in terms of a two-pronged approach, looking at it from a sector perspective, being the regulator of the financial sector. We have with the partnership of UNDP and the other stakeholders are developing or have developed a draft green finance taxonomy. And really what the green finance taxonomy seeks to achieve is having a structured way of accessing finance. You heard earlier speakers speak about being able to identify what is green and sustainable activity. So the taxonomy allows us to have a common language that we're able to source financing, but it also gives credibility to the country where investors are able to say, yes, we can quantify where the financing is going to go, how it's going to impact climate activities, and therefore build credibility and limit issues of greenwashing, greenhashing, and the like. Also, as a central bank, they took an approach that, as well as a sustainable organization, central bank is participating or has aligned itself to an ESG principles-based approach. And this is not just from a disclosure requirement so that we can say that, oh, we are ESG compliant, but we've embedded it into our operating model in terms of even how we are making decisions. So our decision-making is embedded on social or environmental, social, and governance. And so you will see some of the activities within our organization are already aligned to making sure that our infrastructures are climate resilient. We're looking at green building. So even the planning and projecting already looks at a long-term approach to say, can we build green? We've also looked as we are constructing, what are the impacts on the environment, but also on our biodiversity. As we plan our landscaping, we're looking at making sure that landscaping, we're looking at plants that maybe don't require as much water as others, so we can preserve as much as we can. So from an environmental perspective, from a social impact, as well as governance, we already have our sustainability strategy that seeks to, as an individual or as an entity itself, also contribute to the reduction of emissions, cultural heritage, biodiversity, and the like.
Thank you very much. And I'll also give it to Mfuleni.
Thank you, Prof, for the opportunity. I've been introduced as Mtokozi Mamba from Eswatini Sugar. I'm from the agriculture sector, a sector that is highly influenced by climate. As the agriculture sector, particularly irrigated agriculture, where I'm coming from, this sector relies more on the availability of water and energy. So the availability of water is highly influenced or affected by climate change. As a country, we've experienced drought, quite a severe one during the 2015-16 hydrological year, which we've suffered quite a huge loss as a country and as a sector of agriculture. But maybe before I start on mentioning what we are currently doing, it is worth appreciating the government on what has been done in terms of trying to secure water security for the country, in terms of the investments on infrastructure development through the construction of Lubovane Dam, downside Tsipofaneni. We also have the Maguga. All these infrastructure development projects, they are good efforts by government trying to secure or improve water security for the country, hence to supply enough water for irrigation development. Because the sector is trying so hard to achieve the goal of food security for the country. So we cannot only rely on rainfall for agricultural development, but we do need to maintain year-round production. So irrigation allows us to do that. There are also upcoming projects which are already in the pipeline. We have the Mkonvo Ngwavuma project, which is also an effort, a significant one, on trying to secure water security for the country. But the other part is the energy, which is also a very, very important resource for agricultural development. On energy, currently the industry, where I'm coming from, because there is a sector and then we have the industry, as the sugar industry now. The sugar industry is comprising of the millers, the growers, and then ESA is the mother body. So we have the Ubombo, the RES, who are millers and also sugarcane growers. Then we have the small scale growers, which are also important stakeholder in the sugar industry. I would like to mention that the issue of energy, it is quite an interesting challenge, I will say, for our industry. We are working together and actively participating in the engagement or in the conversation of trying to look at the solutions to face the problem or the challenge of energy for the country. The sugar industry is aiming not only to be a consumer of energy or a user of energy, but now we are transitioning to becoming also a producer of energy through projects which one has already been mentioned down at Ubombo. There is a renewable energy plant, the cogeneration plant, which is underway, a 40 megawatt project, which upon completion, it will supply roughly about 14% of the national energy demand. So that one is quite a milestone from the industry. We really applaud Ubombo Sugar for taking this stand. As a country, we know that we are expected to contribute to coming with the solution, not only to expect EEC to carry the load alone without our involvement as the industry players. We also comply to sustainability standards, which are demanded by our sugar markets internationally. We have been recently certified for Bonsucro. One of the millers, Ubombo Mill, has been certified for Bonsucro. Bonsucro is a sustainability standard that requires sustainable management of the land and water resources. By so doing, we are aiming to reduce the carbon and water footprints from the ground level where the sugarcane is being cultivated. So these kind of initiatives, they are pushing us to make sure that our operations, we reduce our carbon emissions by burning less fossil fuels, by using less electricity in pumping water, and also reducing our water withdrawals. One may ask, how are you guys going to achieve that? We are already moving towards the shift from some of the irrigation systems that are highly consumptive or less efficient in terms of water productivity. So we are aiming to produce more sugar now with less water by using highly efficient systems. Instead of flood, we are converting most of our area to drip irrigation, which is highly efficient. And also, fair trade is also working with our growers with efforts to track our carbon and water footprints through implementing strict irrigation scheduling practices for our smallholder growers. So by irrigation scheduling, we are aiming just to irrigate enough water to sustain the plant, not too much, which will cause water wastage or now increasing the water withdrawals from our reservoirs, because we also talked earlier about the water security. So to secure the water, we need to be efficient in using it, and as well as efficient in terms of the energy use. We don't want to pump when it's not necessary. So we are promoting high efficient operations from the grassroots level. We train our farmers to plan their irrigation well. We'll train them on energy management as well as maintaining their systems in a way that they will operate to the best optimum level. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I am Thokozane Mvubu from the Eswatini Energy Regulatory Authority. Probably more to the theme at hand, one may first want to highlight our peculiar role as the regulator. I know one speaks at the backdrop of the recently announced tariff at which we are most famous for. But in terms of this element, our role in this regard is mainly to create regulatory certainty, transparency, and bankable procurement frameworks that are there to assist in unlocking private capital towards investments in the energy sector. I think in a small economy like ours in Eswatini, our role is just not about compliance only, but we see ourselves as a market maker and a risk stabilizer in this regard. In enabling the NDC implementation, our role is mainly through transparent licensing and procurement frameworks, ensuring cost-reflective tariff methodologies that improve bankability of projects in the energy space, grid access regulation to support renewable energy integration, and ensuring the stakeholder coordination between government, utilities, and private developers. Understanding that the whole theme is about partnership in carrying out this key important task. One always see these, maybe I'd like to just highlight some key successes that we have also seen from our space in this regard, particularly zeroing mostly on the procurement role that we have as a regulator, and highlighting the importance again of the element of partnership and working together and ensuring the success of such projects. A couple of years back, we had been given the task of procuring 75 megawatts of solar into the grid. We have managed to go through the procurement phase where we have awarded the respective projects to potential bidders, one of which we have seen, as the representative of the minister has highlighted, coming into conclusion. And we have also able to see one biomass project that has also been recently launched in terms of the project with Ilovo of 40 megawatt biomass, which are part of the projects that have been concluded. It is also worth highlighting, Chair, that while we celebrate the success of those, we have several others that are in the pipeline, which we hope to see through. The element of partnership becomes very important at this stage, because one often sees the layout of this project as a relay, where we play the primary role of procurement and then we hand over the baton to the next entity to lead the construction phase, to the next entity to lead now the dissipation of the electrons into the grid, where we realize the actual benefit as the public. So as those of us that would normally watch a relay, there's always the stage where the baton is handed over from the one runner to the next. which I think this is the stage we are at with the procurement, where each baton has to move to the next, and it becomes very critical because there are several elements that you need to make sure as you hand over, the project can actually transfer to the next stage. And if not carefully taken care of, some of the projects, they fall off as part of the baton that will fall off, meaning that there is some lack of coordination and partnership or well handling of matters as we hand over the baton. And hence at this stage is where you're looking at projects that have been awarded but could not come to financial close, that have come to financial close but could not be constructed, those that can be constructed but cannot be realized in terms of the electrons coming into the grid. So it just becomes that flow of at which point as a regulator, yes, we have played the initial part, but we still play a part in ensuring that there is stable regulation in the space, there's regulatory certainty, you are licensed, we are able to assist you through. But again, as a player in the relay, once we have handed over the baton, we run to the finish line because we want to see the project to fruition. We want to see this energy coming to realization to all the players where we can all sing and rejoice to the success of that. And we can all realize the very same success of the NDC implementation in terms of the 100 megawatts of solar, 110 megawatts of biomass, all those targets being realized. Chair. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Perhaps, Mvulane, I'll add more as you count your promising stories in the construction industry. Actually, I also want you to also talk to the challenges and practical barriers in implementing climate commitments within the construction industry. Part of the NDC 3 adaptation targets says on infrastructure, the number of destroyed or damaged critical infrastructure facilities attributed to disasters should not exceed 30 per year. I'm also reminded, I think is it 2020 where we had this hailstorm in Ngolweni. I think we saw 1,000 homesteads it was just amazing. It was like somebody was just throwing stones. How do we make sure? Because I think sometimes when we build our houses, we don't differentiate between the ratings. You find there is a little 2.5, the 5.5. Out in a single maswati is single shipile. Kansi asati ukuthi lelo la lelo shipile nase kuchamba sangqotho lesingangel ngelcanza liyabobo. So what are you doing as a construction council to assist maybe developers?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed. I'm Catherine Chikosenomota. I'm with the Construction Industry Council of Eswatini. So we are mandated to be a regulator, a promoter, and a developer of the construction industry as a whole. The construction industry is very a cocktail, if I may put it. We don't just look at infrastructure, we look at the electrical part, we look at the mechanical part, we look at the building part, the civils, the specialists. So the list is endless. We also, as we are a regulator, we regulate the space in which the construction industry engages in construction works. So we are also responsible for the inspectorate part and the procurement. Also, under the development and the promotion side, we are mandated to give accredited trainings that are relevant for the construction industry. So a lot has been done. If you want to go far, you have to go with a group of people. But if you want to go fast, you have to go alone. we've been going and moving so fast with our counterparts at the detriment probably of the industry. So we are a culprit of that because there are initiatives, for example, that we've put in place your solar, which speaks to renewable energy. There's a solar installation and maintenance pilot, which we've been doing as the construction industry, so as to just diversify our line of thinking and tap into the climate proofing and climate resilient space. So with that said, kule space le, so we've done due diligence. It's a pilot and it's still work in progress, but there's actually something being done, and we need to partner with more people because we've partnered with the University of Eswatini. We need to incorporate ECOD, the IVT, the Listis Ednas, even ESERA. So with regards to your question on what has actually been done in the infrastructure, because it's bonile ukuthi kube netangotfo leti kabi kakhulu. So, say construction industry, we have that mandate also of sensitizing our people. At face level, you can assume the businesses, they know of climate proofing and what needs to be done, both drainage and whatnot. But le makhaya etiqinisini, the Tinkhundla system, that is where the core challenge is, because people are not sensitized enough. People do not know what to do. And njengoba usho nje, the emathayela akafani. Kuna 2.2, kuna 0.5, kuna 5.5 corrugated iron. Other infrastructures can utilize lo 2.5. For example, emahogo, siwasebenzisela vele amathayela la thin, but you won't find it endlini lenkulu. So what is the core problem there? It's a problem of sensitization more than anything, and educating our general public of the consequences of utilizing immaterial lengazuthi is substandard. So siphumile ke sika sa partnerisha netinkhundla system, and then we met the individual artisans because we know ukuthi le makhaya, even you guys seated here, you probably don't use a CIC registered contractor to do your housing, especially the residential areas. So we went out there and sort of like sensitizing them on what to do and what not to do. So it hit rock bottom because we saw a lot of eMaswati do not know actually what is really the climate change and what should we do thereafter. So with that said, we registered Lama individual artisans. They didn't even know what there are standard practices that are put in place for you to build the right kind of way. So after that, we then grade tested them. They went through the accredited grade testing system, which la khona uthola toloqina nawe usihlali wherever you are. Before you contract a person to make you a house or to build you a house, you need to have the certificate. The certificate, even the next person, because through that certificate, you are being able to be capacitated that right kind of way in which you are supposed to build. So we saw a gap there. There's a lot that has to be done. We are not there yet, but we are moving to a certain direction whereby we want the infrastructure to be climate proofed and to be climate resilient and adaptive. So in terms of that, we've done due diligence when it comes to that. We've also worked with the NDMA in facilitating those talks, because we need, at the end of the day, to put it into our operations and to put it into our policy reforms. Also, in as far as the agenda, we have made a construction stakeholder engagement. One of its kind, it was fully blown, and we had the relevant people there. We had metrology, we had UNDP, et cetera, just to mention a few, whereby our stakeholders are still stereotype when it comes to that. So we need to introduce this agenda at the grassroots level, because construction or infrastructure is very much detailed and multifaceted, because it has a value chain from the construction of raw material up to the designing of the actual project that you want, to the building of the actual structure. So sibambe lapho nje, we want to hold up the entire value chain to sensitize people on the right kind of material to build, to the right architectural designs to design. As project owners, nema project owners lapha differently, that provide work to our contractors. But it is very difficult if the project owner themselves do not stipulate the right kind of work that needs to be done. Kube in the silver lining, ukuthi, I need this building to be this and this to be climate proofed in this manner. So the list is endless. There's a lot of work that needs to be done at grassroots level, the technocrafts, the drawings, and the actual building people.
Thank you
So,
very much.
Thank you.
I'll now also ask my panelists on the issues of challenges and practical barriers to implementing climate commitments. Perhaps I should start with the financial sector. I like to link with the NDC targets. So there is that adaptation target, which is amazing, which says, as a country, we want to limit economic losses from climate-related events to not more than 3% of our GDP. And that's a very ambitious target. I was just sitting there thinking, trying to interpret the meaning of this statement. It says, if I'm earning 10,000 emalangeni, my economic losses should not be more than 300 emalangeni, which is just amazing, because if maybe we can meet that rate, I think we can all bear EMA losses less than 3%. I think that's sustainable. As a country, if we can limit climate-related losses to be down to less than 3%, I think that's an ambitious and actionable target. But it calls for us to, maybe the financial sector, to teach us to prepare for emergencies, to have that emergency fund, because, yeah, literally, I was just interpreting that. If maybe I'm putting less than 3% just to cater for possible climate-related losses, then I think I should be fine. So what are the challenges, and how can the financial sector assist the country such that we meet that target of having economic losses less than 3% annually?
All right, maybe I can tackle it.
I give you 1 minute. I'm looking at the time.
No problem. Let me shoot right to it. So under the greening of the central bank project, we looks at, the financial sector industry. A diagnostic study was done to understand the landscape. And I think, yes, there were about 5 interlinkages in terms of barriers, but I think coming out of it are maybe 2 or 3 core barriers, which is one, data. With financial, well, you'll know when you go and apply your proposal needs to be a bankable proposal, right? So when we're looking at a data perspective, you will find that we don't necessarily are collecting climate-related data from a financial perspective. And so it becomes very difficult for a financial institution to implement a target that they cannot measure. So what we're saying is that we need to be able to put in place the tools from a financial sector perspective. What are the climate-related risks that are embedded? I'll give an example. If I go out and I'm requesting for financing, there are certain things that a bank will need to look at to make sure that investment they're having is kind of the risk. But it filters even into the insurance where they collateral, they'll have to look at where's your collateral base. So if I'm situated in Bamani, yes, as head office, maybe I'm not as high risk, but then my collateral is sitting in an environment that is more prone to climate impacts. And so that is a coordination that's the second part, or second part is coordination, how we are coordinating with energy, with water, to make sure that we have a sort of hazard map that we can then draw linkages to say that yes, this, we can mitigate, because we know this data, we can mitigate it through these actions so that we are able to finance it. Then the second item or the barrier was that of technical capacity. We spoke about having bankable solutions to achieve, or a pipeline to achieve renewable energy and water or nature-based solutions. Preparing proposals and making sure that they meet these frameworks or these guidelines that are de-risking it, but also attracting sort of investor confidence. Also then comes back to the solution that we are trying to put together by implementing a framework that not only speaks to the common language of the taxonomy, but also in terms of what are the other structures we need to do as a regulator, being regulatory frameworks such as your bond frameworks.
All right, thank you very much. Ngicela kubeka Mazia now on the spotlight. On the adaptation side of NTC 3.0, there is that target of to reduce the frequency and duration of electricity interruptions due to officially declared climate-related events by 20% by the year 2035 compared to the 2026 baseline. So what would be the challenges or barriers for the utility maybe achieving that target? 1 minute.
Thank you very much. I must start by pointing out that, first of all, we are already monitoring events on a day-to-day basis. So we know where outages are, and then we prepare summary at the end of the month. We compare the depots and the likes. But when it comes now to preparing the grid, what we are doing for newer designs, particularly on the backbone, we are incorporating climate-related risks into the designs. I'll give an example. There are projects that were funded by the World Bank in the Shiselweni region. So there, we took into account a number of possible things that could happen due to climate change, your earthquakes, and the way the line is designed. It is a robust design. So I think we're also now, because we are sensitive of the tariff, we are rolling it out slowly even to the distribution level, where we are building the resilience into how we configure, how we design and build our grid. Thank you.
Mfuleni, I think again there is a target related to issue of water resources management. There is an adaptation target which says increase water security by 10% by 2035. What would be the challenges, maybe, and barriers to that? And what would be the painkillers, or how do we mitigate?
Okay, thank you, Prof. In terms of water security, I did highlight earlier that water security is one major issue when we talk of agriculture. Yes, it is a challenge because the availability of water is highly influenced by climate. But then I did highlight that there are upcoming projects, and I appreciate the government and the relevant ministries and development agencies for those projects. We have the Konvongwa Vuma Water Augmentation Project, which is in the pipeline. That one is also adding on in terms of strengthening water security for the country. Of course, I will also highlight that most of the water storage facilities or infrastructures that we have, we may say they provide enough water for the current demand, but then the tricky part is how long can the dam sustain you during a drought period? How long can you go with this water storage facility before you run dry? So most of our dams, if I remember well, they were designed to last for a period of about 15 months without inflows. So that tells us that sometimes we may have a challenge for when we experience severe droughts. Even with the infrastructures that we have, we may still be affected by drought. But then one will ask what then is being done to mitigate that. So the painkiller for this pain now. In sugarcane, we are monitoring the performance of the varieties, because sugarcane it's a crop that is not planted annually. So it may take up to 10 years still with the same ratoon. But then what research has shown is that the ratoon productivity or the yields, they tend to go down the older the crop is. So there are specialists who monitor the productivity of these different varieties in terms of their vigor to survive different climatic conditions, and also their longevity to check if this one can go up to 15 years or it can't survive that long. They also assess their strength against pests and diseases, because also climate change is bringing in a different climatic environment to introduce different pests and diseases to the crop. So we are also monitoring those kind of parameters with the crop.
Thank you very much, Ntuleni. Ngicela ke just one word answer Mpopo, on this one. Which sectoral partnership or specific action will you will prioritize maybe as EEC in the next 12 months or so? Just one word. I think we have talked about different sectors. Which sector really you want to bring on the table in your...
I think for me at this point, the most important sector is the finance sector.
Finance sector, yes. Thank you. Mota, which sector you want to prioritize in the next 12 months or so?
Yeah, it should be the financial aspect, the financial sector.
Financial
We've
sector.
got-
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mazia. Yes, you are planning to prioritize or to link?
Definitely it's the energy sector, because it is a link between finance and your climate actions.
Okay.
So I think we are the integrators in the whole equation.
Not finance. I thought everybody was saying finance. I'm joking. Mlambo.
I'd say it's a coordinated effort. So we need to, I think, drive the regulatory landscape, not just in the financial sector,
Yeah.
but even in construction, the green building requirements, even at energy level,
Yeah.
and coordinate them so that what is defined, we are able, or the financial sector is then able to also finance when the tools are in place.
Thank you very much, Ntoleni. Your last one. Just one word. Which sector are you planning to partner or prioritize in the next year?
Definitely, it's finance. It's finance, energy, and infrastructure. We are already married with those. I think it's finance.
Thank you very much. Let us conclude our discussion. just to highlight that climate action is not about just an environment issue, but it's a development issue. And it's an economic resilience issue. It's a service delivery issue. We were talking about reducing the number of electricity interruption. And I think we can also agree that we can do this together. So we need each other. Perhaps before we leave the stage, is there any maybe question from the audience? Or perhaps some add-on? We said if we want to go far, we need to go together. Any contribution from the audience? I thought Deepa would say, because everybody wants to partner with finance, I think Deepa would say she's available to work with all of us. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for such an insightful panel discussion. May we take a round of applause once again, Sibabonge, for such great insight. There's a quote in Ahmed Ray, uthi collaboration is the essence of life. The wind, bees, and flowers work together to spread the pollen. I think Tanzile, the last part of the presentation, Lapo Kona, in terms of which sector to prioritize. And I think, audience in the room, you can all attest to it that it just takes collaboration. It's not really a one size fits all or one sector is superior than the other. But in J, yeah, ingvule ingqondo lana na CIC ukutekile nje lapha athi my co-hostess la kufuna sathi ukuthi amathayila lesifulela ngawo ngumaphi ungathatha amathayila ekufulela lehoko bese sofulela ngayo indlu kulala. I think for me that was something that stood out, ladies and gentlemen. I would hand it over to my co-hostess to tell us kuzinyana shona up speak up.
Thank you, Sipesihle, and thank you to everyone. Siyabonga the panelists, Siyabonga Professor. It was a wonderful and insightful discussion indeed. We are heading towards the end, ladies and gentlemen, and at this point in time, we are vying for our last presentation from Sihle Makakula, botanist, Department of Forestry, Government of Eswatini. Sihle is an avid plant scientist and environmental professional with a decade of experience in biodiversity and environmental management with the Department of Forestry. He possesses an MSc in plant sciences, botany, University of Dar es Salaam, and BSc with majors in biology and geography, environmental planning from the University of Eswatini. Mr. Sihle Makakula, say, please come forth to deliver your presentation.
Thank you.
Sanbonani, is it good afternoon already? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May I be allowed, Honorable Minister's representative, to ride on the standing protocol for the day? Which is quite an unfortunate position that I'm in as well, because I'm now standing between Ilanchi and the presentation. So I'll try to be as quick as I can in delivering this presentation. So, yeah, sebang introduce the program director Makakula Spong. And I'm with the Department of Forestry. So my presentation here basically is just to position Emma plants in the conversation of the climate action, and relative to our theme for the day, we think and we feel Wutsi plants are at the center of development for Eswatini's climate future. So, oh, bayangilungisela lapha bengiphosa ngabuta ukuthi kuyavakala yini. But clearly no, abaqali kulungisa laba so kuyavakala. So basically this is just my title for the presentation, and I think to just get it going, it's always prudent to sort of ask ourselves the question, ukuthi kahle kahle, what do plants mean to each and every one of us? Obviously they mean different things to different people at different times. Now, for example, plants mean something different to you, and now we consumer, dietary nutritional requirements. So, and from an industrial perspective, plants mean different things. But in alignment with today's theme, I want to sort of present plants in a different context so that maybe we can see it and relate to plants differently in the context of climate change. So I think we have the divine mandate and responsibility to nature and take care of our environment. So what is happening today, the world is facing what they refer to as a triple planetary crisis, where things about climate change are one of those big issues that are threatening our livelihoods as humans. And then biodiversity loss, which is another part of the triple planetary crisis. There's also pollution. But this is just to say things about climate change for each and every one of us in the room. They have a very huge bearing on our sustenance and our livelihoods as a Maswat. So I'm going to briefly just to highlight what is our current situation with regards to climate. So WMO, we are confirmed about 2025 washi sambamba, and I think if we were to see the trends in weather and erratic weather patterns and disaster that relates to climate change, one can sort of probably understand and make sense of na statement naslo. We see the last 3 years have been the hottest. So weather. So there's another context of that slide, and I think it's important to state as a country as well. There is a representation in NTC 3 years. We have actually recorded over 1.5 degree change in our climate pattern, so that is quite significant. I'll zoom over this one because earlier presentations have spoken to that one. So the plants perspective, why plants? 4 points that I want to quickly go over before singene lunchini. One is the issue of carbon sequestration, which is also clearly and widely expressed in the NTC. And then there is also the issue of restoration, which nakona, there are commitments that we have as a country related to plants. And then there is also a subject that is called biomimicry, which is also premised on God's design of nature to be perfect. We'll get into that and then in a short few moments. And then, I liked my remarks, Honorable Minister, when he said or she said, every household has a role to play in climate issues. So I believe even in this context, whether it's corporate, whether it's individual basis, everyone has a role to play in terms of things about the mainstream climate action. So basically, to kick off this presentation, there's this slide that I think lays a very good foundation of why I say plants are at the core of climate resilient development for Eswatini. And this is because I think the director also mentioned, as an economy, as a country, we are a net sink economy because what we emit is quite less than what we can take in terms of carbon from the atmosphere. And the only reason we're able to do that, it's this highlighted row. Is it a row or column? Yeah, whatever the thing is. But it's the forestry and other land use sector. So if we move at Nombulele Talapa, that's the only sector that has negative emissions. And this is significant. So briefly also get into what makes this to be a possibility. And I want us to take us back into a concept that we probably encountered with Sisaka grade 3. I want to believe, which is the concept of photosynthesis. Now, this is a very important process because in the context of today's conversation, we can equate that to sequestration. So basically, plants, a process, photosynthesis that happens within the green pigments of plants, right? So this is in a biology class, but this is just a brief picture that you can see right behind me. So basically, plants are the only life form that got designed for imvelo that is able to then take away the carbon from the atmosphere, use it for other things. When you are into a food chain, you can consider that as the process that takes inorganic carbon to organic carbon. But this process is very critical for today's conversation because sequestering carbon is actually a function of this process. So I'm bringing this up to say, plants, as we think on what plants mean to each and every one of us here, this is the one that I think we feel like it's important as part of the conversations for the day because our ability to remove the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere is largely catered for and carried out by EMA plants. So NDC 3.18 also highlights the issues of sequestration as part of our mitigation and adaptation means as a country. It's also important to know to highlight lama plants esikhuluma ngawo, almost half of the plant itself is made up of carbon. So the carbon vele siyayisusa la ku-atmosphere siyifaka la kuma-plants. And if we can increase our capacity as a country to have those agents of sequestration, we believe we can achieve net neutrality, carbon neutrality, and net zero emissions by 2050, as outlined under the NDC as well as the Paris Agreement. I think I'll zoom over this one. No, I'm not zooming because it's cutting at a second. So these are targets that are outlined in the NDC, Nationally Determined Contributions 3.0. Restoration has a potential to give us 18.36 or kilotons of carbon CO2 equivalent. So in terms of those numbers that we want to have as a country. And how we do that, obviously there's 75,000 hectares of land that we feel like we need to restore, which is degraded. We want to increase our soil organic carbon content, as well as we want to restore over 5,000 hectares of degraded indigenous forest in the country. And then, sequestration, we're looking at over 250 kilotons of CO2 equivalent that we can focus on as a country in terms of achieving carbon neutrality and net zero emissions. So we have a target as a country to hlanyela over 15 million with ihlahla and by 2030, as well as looking at other areas that we can sort of declare as more protected areas for the country, and we usually call these other effective area-based conservation measures, OECMs. Now, there's an interesting concept, just to stimulate and sensitize us as we think on how we can actually relate plans as we do the work that we do where we do it. And that's this concept of biomimicry. So earlier I did mention biomimicry is basically premised on God's design of imvelo as perfect. Now, if we look at biomimicry, this can be a tool in which we adapt, in which we mitigate in terms of climate change. I put a picture of a building now, which was once the tallest building for like a number of years, it's Taiwan. I think fortunately we are friends of that country and they are good friends as well. So there's this building, Nabati Taipei 101. Now we build a building there. The creators and designers and everything, structurally and everything, for them to achieve that highest building of over 0.5 kilometer in length, they had to go to nature. Since God is a perfect God, what are the longest plants that we have around us? And then, bakanza wasuguna bump. And then when they looked at bamboo structurally, mechanically and physiologically, no, there's a lot of things you can get from this thing. So how about we use that as a model in terms of designing our intervention so that we are resilient, because we want resilient. So this building has stood over a number of years now, and if you guys are aware of the country that this building is in, it's very prone to tectonic shifts in terms of its stabilities. So Bawa earthquakes almost every other 2 days in that part of the world. And then, but this building has stood tall for all these years. So that is resilience, and that is what we want to sort of incorporate into our planning and our activities. CIC, construction industry. Yeah, so yeah, basically infrastructure in terms of this concept. Engineering, systems design, transportation, energy, etc. Everyone can learn something from nature. So I also have a couple of other images that are an example of biomimicry. Basically, biomimicry is looking at nature as a test case and as a model for solutions that we can have in our lives. So standards in our context. Thermoregulation is not an issue in this building. Yeah, no? We'd probably agree. So, and the Maswati now, when they designed this structure as Taba infrastructure like you, then Baxusela from nature. I think you'd know the name of this in English. That's is a beehive. So Nalapo, it was a deliberate and intentional intervention by Maswati to say, what can we learn from our nature that can then inform our adaptation or our designs and everything. And then go back to Velcro. If Velcro say, let's look fasa, whatever, look fasa, those are plants. That idea was an idea that came from plants. And then second, self-healing concrete, which is using bacteria to sort of that is also a concept that is derived from the properties of a bacteria that is self-healing. And then there's that very nice jet lapa, America, but also that intervention. They were able to do that because of mimicking nature of what's designed, which is perfect. And my Japanese, they built the fastest electric train or bullet train, also using that modeling. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is to say, in terms of how do we adapt, how do we innovate, how do we mitigate the realities that we find ourselves in today. And just look at God's template for innovation, and we'll find our solutions. And I believe, in all the works that we do in our different spaces, there is a reference that we can derive from nature that speaks to how we then innovate and adapt for climate change. Basically, everyone has a role to play. And from an individual context and from a corporate context, double carbon footprints. I think one of the presenters here mentioned ESA, Sorting Sugar mentioned what they're also doing now is to track their carbon footprint as well as their water footprint within Tinzawa. And this is important because in the conversation of neutrality, you need to understand and know what are my emissions being as an individual that I have to the environment. And then along those lines, if you're also part of the gospel that wants to seek to have carbon neutrality, then you're also able to see how do you then offset those issues of MI emissions that one has. Even from a corporate conversation or context, consider these conversations because as a country we're striving for net zero emissions by 2050. So all the developments that we make, all the work that we do in our different organizations, let's think of it from a perspective of carbon neutrality and net zero. So offsets. Offsets are I think that we need to now start thinking on as we develop, as we innovate, as we have those projects that develop because the issue of offsets are particularly important within this presentation because meaning in particular solution, in particular plans, And I want you guys to think of how can the Department of Forestry assist you in terms of offsetting lama emissions that you are considering having. I mean, EEC is also looking to thermal power generation, and obviously from the projections that director because we are anticipating we have a lot of emissions. So these are conversations that we are happy to participate in because we have the sequestration capabilities on our side. So yeah, come let's sit together and then we explore how that happens. But yeah, so this is also across all sectors. And we have a saying in the local department that says we need to plant the right tree at the right place for the right purpose. And I think, yeah, to draw my presentation to an end, this is how we think plants are positioned within the climate developmental conversation and context, which is at the center of it if anything is to go by from the presentation, because we have the photosynthesis, is sitting elsewhere. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think I've kept time. I think, yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sihle. I think for me, a question. I was tempted to ask on the issue of tree enumeration. He projected the presentation, the target is about 15 million trees by 2030. So sengatibuta lokuthi ngabe lo 15 million trees uyasibala nesami isihlahla lapha ebaleni lakithi. Noma ubaletisa emgaqweni. You know, it was just an interesting factor, but we'll chat about it. Ladies and gentlemen, we are almost at the end of our program today. Ngidawucela nje ukuthi sithi hold on to our seatbelts kancane. At this point in time, I would like to invite our professor, who needs no mentioning or introduction, bekakhona lana kune panel discussion, Prof. Miso, wakamkonda etela ngembili atasendela the summary of the symposium. Thank you so much.
Bese ngithi bafuna ngimemede, I'm always shouting emsebenzini. I can do that. So I think my job is very simple. It's just to summarize the issues of the day. So see ekseni we had a presentation from Dr. Van Zeydam ngendzaba ye-Earth Hour. Nganse sonke lapha sendi commitment ukuthi sitalibambisa live and participate in the Earth Hour by switching off non-essential equipment on the 28th of March. The hour is 8:30 to 9:30. Usiteke indzaba, we are all accountable for the climate action. So we are all responsible. And I think we all made a commitment to participate in the Earth Hour. We also had a presentation from the director of meteorology, Nkolise lulwimi lwami bese lugijima kakhulu, but yena ke usetfulele indzaba ye NDC 3.0, which is just the national determined contributions. Utsiteke NDC has 3 pillars or aspects. The first pillar is the issue of mitigation. Second pillar is adaptation, and the third pillar is the issue of the means of implementation. Singemaswati la, so singamcabanga NDC 30 kuthi nje lijaha liphethe lihawu nelisizeze salo and ke nalo nje lamandla alo is the means of implementation because the mitigation part is just to curb global warming. We are trying to curb lokusema temperatures emhlaba aphakame nema temperatures eleve. Actually, please, I will encourage you to read the NDC 3 document because it also shows ukuthi lenzaba global warming is not nje ukuthi iyendeka ngesheya, iyendeka nala. So I think over the past 40 years, I think the temperature, average mean temperatures have increased around 3 degrees, if I remember very well. So the issue ukuthi silwe nekuguquka kwesimo selitulu, it's our duty. So kufanele siphatheni ke letises. At the same time, we need to adapt. We need to carry the shield, which is the issue of adaptation. Make sure that when we are building now, sesifunzile ukuthi emathayela akusiwo onke emathayela lesingafulela ngawo. So that's the issue of adaptation. Emphasizile highlightile ema-targets nekuthi silive sitikhungele ukuthi sitawunciphisa emissions ethu compared to the baseline 2.4 megatons of carbon equivalent emissions by the year 2030. This is a very ambitious target, ladies and gentlemen. I think the previous commitment was just half of this. Now, since we can double our effort, and highlighting we will remain the good guys even in the year 2035. Highlighting inzaba yema targets ku adaptation. We want our health facilities at least 80% abe climate proof. So siyatsinga ukuthi sibambisane kuloko. We had a presentation from the UNDP resident representative. La highlightile ukuthi UNDP usita ubambisene kanjani nelive. Highlightile ukuthi they are helping small medium enterprises ukuthi asebenzise renewable energy. So there is that support, and there is the support from UNDP on the country developing an early warning system, as well as the issue of green finance. We also had remarks from the EEC MD, usishumayele ke bonkosi, usivulele iBhayibheli. So there is a verse in the Bible, Psalms 24 verse 1. Ngibese ngiyamumshela umnakethu ngesiswati lithi umhlaba nako konke lokukuwo kwasimakathe emave kanye nabo bonke labahlala kuwo kwakhe. This is a rallying call because you are called to be stewards. So we need to really involve ourselves in the issue of climate action. Utsitege at hour kufanele sicime lesingakusebenzisi. Bese ngibhalile lapha ngasicima lo gas, but nje highlightile ukuthi asicimeni lesingakusebenzisi. I believe that slogan is applicable every day. Why do we leave our rooms, the lights in our rooms on when we are not in that room? So really, the Earth Hour is just a revival for us that we need to conserve electricity. And we highlighted electricity is in the heartbeat of everything. If now people are looking at their smartphones, they forget because connectivity requires electricity. So really, we need to do that. And Honorable Minister, we launched officially the Earth Hour. Ushito Minister, we need to make sure that national policies are aligned to our national aspiration in the issues of climate change. So siyadinga ukuthi vele sitimbandzakanye kulama issues of climate action. Then we had a presentation from the Commonwealth Climate Finance, Dr. Tipa. I won't pronounce the other name. Wa highlight ukuthi they are in the country to assist us to have access to these global funds. There is GCF, there is Adaptation Fund, and there is Jeff. Who highlighted ukuthi GCF, the countries can receive funding up to 250 million. So I was just doing my calculation here. And the Adaptation Fund, you said up to 900 million. Remember that we need how much to finance our climate action? We said we need 2.4 billion US dollars. So if really we can work with her, at least half will be almost there. But there is Jeff. Also take Jeff again wire. So I think the country can just get this big chunk because she said Jeff has provided finance up to 21 billion. We highlighted there is an interlink between climate finance, development finance, and disaster finance. So as we are developing our proposals, we need to link those three components. And there was this rallying call, in order for the nations to meet the targets, we need 12 trillion. And she encouraged us that countries were able to unite during COVID. We can unite for climate action. Then there was a presentation from our poet. I think I picked, the poet said, when she meets this lovely lady, when he meets this lovely lady, his heart beats 3 times 3, which is 9. So I was just calculating because that means that the heart just freezes when he meets and utilize less energy. So perhaps more people need to fall in love so that we can conserve power. Then we had the issue of the panel discussion. But the essence in this panel discussion is that the issue of climate action is not just for the department, but it's for all of us. It's not for EEC. We need to connect with each other. As UNESCO, perhaps we'll promote ourselves. We have 2 centers of excellency focusing on issues related to climate. We have what we refer as the C3SR, a Center for Climate Change Research Sustainability. Then we have the CSER, which is the Center for Sustainable Energy Research. These centers, colleagues, we have coordinators. So if you are EEC, you want assistance, you just talk to the coordinator. The coordinator will have access to all the cream, the university or any higher institution in the country. We just forget that there are brain banks, literally. So if you want to tap into the brains of the country, please don't be afraid to talk to these centers, to talk to even institutions of higher learning. Then we had a closing remarks from Sihle, who highlighted that trees are at the heart of climate action. So we pride ourselves as a country as the good guys because trees are helping us to offset the carbon emissions. And as well, I think we can also utilize the trees to build climate resilient structures. So I think that's what we had today. But the rallying call is that all of us need to participate in the Earth Hour. Cima gesi. Cima lo siteni mnakethu. Noma cisha lo gesi. Thank you very much.
Siyabonga kakhulu Mhlungwane. Siyabonga butwa MD so yabonakalisa bekunene ukuthi bandzawonye. I think he presented so well. So funa sibone MD ukuthi is my brother. Siyabonga kakhulu Professor. Oh, also cha, it's a family thing ngoba nalomelele minister bekunene vele info yemndeni. Siyabonga kakhulu boMhlungwane. Kusho ukuthi leli event lethwele emahlombe. We are moving beyond awareness to action, beyond intention to implementation, and beyond individual effort to national impact. Ngalawo magama bekunene ngicela kucela babe Bheki Motha, GM Support Services, EEC, abuye ngaphambili for a vote of thanks and presentation of gifts. Sicele kuxolisa futhi bekunene ukuthi sesifusha nje sesiyayicetha iprogram yethu sitase emva kwaloku siyayigoca ngesiye kulunch iphindze sibuye sesigoca yonke nje sitohamba ukuthi sidle lunch bese sesiya networker seyaphela iprogram. Mr. Motha, thank you so much, sir, and over to you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Afternoon. I think mine is just the simplest. MD had said we are going to thank the partners in the Earth Hour on the 28th, but I just want to mention some of our partners so that at least those that have not yet partnered with us, they will kindly do so. We would like to thank MNRE, the Ministry of Natural Resources, UNDP, Standard Bank, Eswatini Sugar, MTN, MET, Babylon Investments, Gulp, EEA, Water Services Corporation, ESERA, CIC, University of Eswatini, iStudio, Rieswa, Eswatini Beverages, Matsapa Town Council, House on Fire, and Ilovo. I'm not sure if I've left anyone. Thank you very much, colleagues, for partnering with us, and we encourage other organizations to partner with us. Thank you very much. Can we clap our hands for that, please? Without further ado, I don't like wasting time. Can I ask all the presenters who are sitting right in front of me, presenters, and all the panelists, including the moderator, to come up front, please? Can they please come up, all of them? Not in any particular order. Please come up. Are they all here? They just line, please line in front, behind me. And then we just have a small token of appreciation that we'd like to present, but I'm not in a position to do that. I'll ask the MD and the minister's representative to come up front, please, to present to them their token of appreciation. Just a small token of appreciation. Please, MD. Thank you.
Awukwaze kwaba kuhle impela. Ngicela ngiphindze sibashayele ntandla. Siyabonga kakhulu GM Support Services Mr. Motsa. Sesise maphethelweni program yethu bekunene. Let today be the moment we move from climate ambition to climate delivery for Eswatini.
Bold and collective, let us leave the symposium not only informed, but committed. Committed to action, committed to partnership, and committed to building a climate resilience and energy secure Eswatini.
Inspirational and future focused. The decisions we shape today will define the resilience of tomorrow. Let us act with purpose to secure a sustainable, energy secure future for Eswatini.
Earth Hour, aligned and memorable. As we mark Earth Hour, let us move beyond the hour and into action, transforming awareness into lasting impact for Eswatini's climate and energy future.
Awu siyabonga kakhulu bekunene besithinda sishayela tandla. Nathi besithi sicacabula yethu inkondlo. Manje angathi ayikavakali kahle. Siyabonga kakhulu sicela ukuthatha leli thuba sitibongele as program directors for today. La sininyathele khona sicela kube mafufu. Sibonga bonke bo partner bethu, stakeholders bonke lebe bakhona, and sibonga ukuthi nisibambise nathi kumbe sinibambise. Yeah, I don't know what more to say. Siyabonga kakhulu ngekutitfoba lokukhulu sicela kubuyisela kubanika bemsebenzi isiphesihle. Maybe you can guide us on how we are going to have our lunch, and before or you'll ask the one to pray for us as well. Thank you.
Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen. It was an indeed profound pleasure to be your MC for today. Siyabonga kakhulu. Ngicela nani nitishayele tandla for being an amazing audience. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, we have reached the end of our launch and symposium. Sitawucela nasicetha nje kuthandaza lo tasithandazela. Sitawucela ukuthi at this point in time we'll have our lunch, and we'll request ukuthi site ngekuyotiphakela lapha. We have 2 7 points, one on my right and one on my left. Sitawucela our MCs to also guide us in terms of ukuthi maybe kuqala bobani kulandzela bobani. Just in that order of protocol. Otherwise, at this point in time, we would request for Tebengoni Smelane to come up forth to close this launch and symposium with a word of prayer. Thank you so much.
Okay. May we please bow our heads and pray. Father, in the name of Jesus, we come to you, dear God, with gratitude. When we started this event, we invited you as our Father and asked that you be with us in all the proceedings that have taken place. And you were faithful, God. You did it for us. Sithandza mnene mandla wonke ukuthi sibeke konke lesikuhlelile kulelanga lanamuhla ukuthi sitawukwenda etandleni takho. For your word says, oh God, that many are the plans in a man's heart, but you are the one that establishes them all. We place, Lord, every institution that has been involved in this event and that will still be involved. We ask, Lord, that just as you have placed us in different institutions where we take different decisions on policy and also in the direction of the country, you may be with us as well, O Heavenly Father. The EEC has other events that they have planned going forward. The 8th hour, we pray that you may be with them as they continue to implement what they have planned. In the mighty name of Jesus, we ask, O Lord God Almighty, that you may continue to be with us as we pursue climate change as different institutions working together. May we continue to be united, God, and do everything as one front. We pray, Lord God Almighty, set out pumalana ngos ngamunye na ngamunye kwangathi wena bowungaba nathi mnine mandla wonke usigcine usethwale usivikele egameni lika Jesu Kristu. Thank you, Lord, for the lovely food that you have created for us and this lovely opportunity we are going to have to enjoy it, oh God. May it nourish our bodies, Heavenly Father, and may you bless each and every one that was responsible in not only preparing it, but also in paying for it. In the mighty name of Jesus Christ, amen.
Thank you so much, Smelane. Simshayele tandla naye. Ngiyabona besangena kumoya. Silikheropi bese livuka. Let us enjoy our lunch, ladies and gentlemen.
And indeed network. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, small apologies. Apology lencane. We'll just request you guys to remain seated for now. But still, just another 10 minutes. We can just use this time to mingle, take pictures, ask more questions amongst the panelists and the moderators here. While sisemele ukuthi kudla kufike. Thank you.